GT Gaming, how you doing, brother? How you doing? Hey, the Heavy, how you doing, sir? We are indeed back. Grofal, how you doing, good sir? Bugger Games, how you doing, brother? Welcome, everyone. Very happy to have you all here. It has been a busy one. It's been very busy. This weekend was very busy, but also very busy in the gaming industry. Everything's just sort of going ape shit all at the same time. Different. Well, this is always a good time of the year to see all of the new games coming out, but also at the same time, there's been a couple of stinkers. There's been some really bad games. Did you guys enjoy the Summerfest as well as the game show or the Xbox showcase? T-Man. So good. Pipeline of bad games is still full. Yeah. And it's getting fuller, bro. It's getting fuller. Didn't follow them? Wait, really? Hey, Gamers Republic, how you doing, sir? And yeah, we're on Kick, we're on X. We are absolutely everywhere now. X, Kick, Twitch, YouTube, you name it, we're on it. Custom, how you doing, sir? You should do on your stream title anyway. What's up? Should do what on my stream title, bro? Super Americans and Future Americans, Eve Vengeance, how you doing? Cale of Knights, how you doing, sir? I'm saying I should put effort into my stream titles. Custom. Oh, what a day. What a day. Skibbity, how you doing, sir? We'll talk about LA. Custom will probably talk about LA. I don't really come into streams with stuff to talk about. The whole reason for the streams is to chat about whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm not really I don't come into streams with like a predetermined idea of what I want to discuss. I make videos and I plan videos, right? So I'm not one of those streamers that gets my content from my streams. Whenever we do something really specifically fun or specifically interesting that I think is cool, I will edit that and put it on YouTube. But for the most part, the streams is its own thing. It exists entirely for its own thing. And it exists to hang out with you guys and get your thoughts and sort of feelings about stuff. So yeah, I don't really spend a lot of time planning these streams and planning what I want to do on these streams. Gamers Republic, as I just said, I have no idea what the topics are. I do know that one of my videos tonight is about the LA stuff and Governor Newsom and his bullshit. So that is definitely coming tonight. Evianas, how you doing? Dark Switch. What's this? Whoa, wait, this actually looks really good. Hold up. It's a vertical city builder. So you're going to be building up. Wait, is that right? Oh, you are going to be building all up on the tree. Oh, this actually looks awesome. City Skyline and Frostpunk. Oh, nice. It's actually refreshing. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. I like the graphics. I like the art style. Now all going to depend on what the story is. Oh, wait, there is an actual story. Oh, wow. I mean, just looking at the UI is very, shall we say, Frostpunk. It's very Frostpunk. I like this. I want this. Build your city. Z Vengeance, don't come at me with that bullshit. That is not how it works. Ah, of course. That is not how it works. Alistair, how are you doing, sir? You cannot build a game or make a game and then literally just tell the player, oh, but make your own shit. Just make up your own story. That's not how that works. You need to add at least some story. As I've told you before, I don't like games where the only objective is to build. Give me a reason why I'm building. Alistair, I'm never logged into Steam on browser, so I can't really say that I'm being locked out. For the glory of Beaverkind, of course. Yeah, screw that game. He's a simulator. Probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. You guys will never guess what game I'm in the mood for. Like, take a guess. Saven, how are you doing? Oh, Black Shogun, Xbox is thinking sign up to Game Pass. Palia, whatever. No. I want to say E33, but in before you go, no, Mass Effect 2 again? No, not Mass Effect 2. I've been building Evil Lair in a Mountain. Oh, I have Evil Genius 2. It's a pretty fun game. I wish it was into WoW again. Nah. Palia would be so amusing, actually. To be honest, I'm actually I think I'm one of the first people to discover Palia. I played Palia before it was cool. The problem is just I get really annoyed and bored with Palia because I miss the whole no combat thing. At some point, I do want to have some combat. So, yeah, Palia, not really my type of game. Thundercool, no. Keep guessing, boys. Like, let me give you a hint. The game I'm in the mood for has a lot of fighting. It's about monsters and stuff. It's an RPG. And there are things in the game referred to as pawns. That is giving it away at this point, boys. I'm giving it away. There you go, Heist Darkness. There you go. Dragon's Dogma. Yep. Mood for hot chocolate, lol, it's so cold. I have tea here. Ons, that game is pure DI Garbo. Dragon's Dogma is DI Garbo? Or you mean Relooters? Dude, I am not even angry at Relooters. I'm not even angry at it. You want to know why Relooters does not make me angry? Someone, and I won't say who, but someone at Epic Games thought to themselves, you know what, guys? You know what we really, really, really need? We need a game where black people rob white people, and we're not going to call it robbing. We're not going to call it robbing because that would be a bit on the nose. We want to make black people come across as criminals, but we don't want to say it. So what can we do? And they sort of thought about it for a bit, and then they went, oh, we know. What if the black people steals stuff from museums, but the stuff they steal used to sort of loosely belong to them? That could work, right? And someone at Epic Games listened to that and they were like, sold. Let's start making that game. this is the result of that game.
What is fun about an abandoned warehouse, Trev?
That's right, you got nothing to prove, sis. No matter what they say.
Okay. What's this?
First, what I don't understand is why is the left so convinced that all black women are ugly? Why is this a fundamental belief of the left? If we ignore the premise and the characters, the gameplay looks fine, in my opinion. I wouldn't say that. The gameplay looks very bog standard basic to me. Oh no, not this dumpster fire, because they think they are. It's more of a poster goal. They did not see South African supermodels. I would even say they'll look more tanned than someone from a darker background. I just don't understand why the left is so convinced that black people must be ugly.
It's all about.
Treaties were signed, promises made and broken. Is it stealing to take back what was stolen?
Stolen?
Nothing was stolen from you, you miserable shits. It was taken and placed in museums in order to protect it, in order to safeguard it, in order to share the richness of your cultures with the world. That's why it's there. And there's an easy way to get it back. These days, all you have to do as a country is go to the museum and be like, hey, give us our shit back. And most of the white people in the West will just turn around and say, sure, no problem. Take it and take some of our shit too. Would you like to send over 1 million of your people as refugees? We'll just pretend that they are. And that'll be the end of that, right? So you really don't have to steal it. The premise of this game seems wholly overcomplicated for what you need to do in the modern era to get your shit back.
Who's stealing them?
Us? It's time to get out of there.
Let me introduce a friend of mine. Smart, agile, and will let you look into places with the tightest security.
Let's go!
I could probably bench press every one of you.
The locksmith strikes again. Hold on.
It just doesn't... I'm sorry, but nothing here looks good to me.
Listen, are you having second thoughts?
Nope. Just hoping you won't get me killed.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is, why are all of them dressed like confused Africans? Like, bro, not a single one of these people are dressed like Africans. What is super funny to me is this assumption that this is just how black... I've seen black people. They tend to dress very Western, from what I can tell. Talking to another dude. I'll just be very honest with you. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. So, if you are in any way, shape, or form confused as to the DEI nature of the game, first, the premise of the game is as DEI as it gets. You cannot get more woke than this premise. But then you have this, what I can only assume is a black lesbian character that is, I mean, I would say that that she is modeled after a man, but the truth is this bitch is modeled after Ronnie Coleman. Like, not even just any man. This bitch is Ronnie Coleman's sister, or female double, I guess. Nothing about this game. I cannot wait for this game to fail. Not unlike, say, Robert Bob, where you had to be sneaky and get around to security. You're there, just brute forcing the heist. Well, yeah. Also, many countries don't have resources to protect their artifacts from harm and share it with the world. Sapphire Raven, that is definitely true. I just would like to say, because some people pointed out how the premise of the game, before you criticize the premise of the game, you should criticize the the white people who stole this stuff from Africa in the first place. Now, to that, I would like to say, and this is going to be a hot take. Some of you might get really upset. If the ancestors of children of Africa were more advanced and actually spent their time making guns and boats and tanks and stuff, maybe they wouldn't have gotten conquered. Like, if we're going to play this game where white people should apologize for shit that our ancestors did, then I think the black people should blame their ancestors for not being more advanced. I don't understand this nonsense. I in no way, shape, or form should be held responsible for what people did 300-400 years ago, the same way that you shouldn't be held responsible for the shit that your people did 300-400 years ago. But if we are going to play this blame game, then I'm sorry, I refuse to be blamed. I refuse to be blamed. It's not my fault. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not sure why I should apologize. And the reason I think I'm a little bit more poisonous about this whole thing than I should be, because I shouldn't be this angry. But I think with all the stuff that's happening in South Africa at the moment, all of this is just rubbing me the wrong way. Like, all of this. I am sick and tired of hearing that I should feel ashamed for stuff that has nothing to do with me. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of constantly being told here in South Africa that, oh, you should take the blame for how poor Africans are because 30 years ago, the system called apartheid fell. I'm sorry, no. I will not apologize for any of it. It has nothing to do with me. It's as simple as that. It has nothing to do with me. And I will not apologize for it. I'm done. I'm done apologizing. I'm done with games like this woke bullshit. Take your liberal, racist nonsense and shove it up your asshole, is what I would like to say. It often gets willfully ignored. Yeah. This game is dead. Yeah, it's not going to exist for long. It's fine. And they don't even realize how racist it is because they're literally typecasting every black person as apparently whatever the hell we were just watching. When I can guarantee you that the overwhelming majority of black people saw that and immediately thought, the hell is this? I don't dress like this. I don't talk like this. This is weird. Oh, bro, there's a couple of things that you guys need to know. So, here's what everyone in the rest of the world needs to understand about South Africa. Racism wasn't born in South Africa, okay? We were by no means the first nation to be racist. We were, however, the nation that perfected it. Like, the rest of the world were playing around with, like, some laws and trying to do... We perfected racism. The system of apartheid was so absolute and so incredibly functioning that it genuinely ensured that the black population could not partake under any circumstances, right? And if it wasn't for the fact that in 1992, 75% of the white population voted to allow the black population to vote, we would have still had apartheid. Apartheid would not have ended. It's as simple as that, right? We perfected racism in this country. In the same way, South Africa did not invent DEI and woke postmodernist politics, but we did perfect it. We took that bad idea, the same way we took the bad idea of apartheid, right? And we perfected it into a system where it quite literally functions on every level of society. In South Africa, DEI is not just an idea, it is part of the legal system. It's part of the constitution. It's part of every single order of government. There is not a sphere of government, of society, that does not have DEI baked into the system. If you're a white student in South Africa, good luck getting into a university because there's only a certain amount of positions available for you. The rest just doesn't exist for you. If you're a white guy just coming out of college and looking for a job, good luck finding a job because there's only a small number of jobs available for you as a white guy. And if you don't, if the company has too many white people already, you will never get that job. If you're a white guy, good luck at finding home loans. If you're a white guy, good luck at finding loans because even in the lending industry, black people are more likely to get loans because of the law. So South Africa truly did take DEI and just perfected it, pushed it into every angle. So when you ask, is South Africa the California of America? I would say California is the South Africa of America. Because California's got nothing on us. Nothing. Like, you guys have no idea how bad DEI and left-wing politics is in this nation. You have no idea. And I would argue, I think a lot of people in the West don't understand how imperative it is that you eradicate wokeism as quickly as possible. Because speaking as a South African, I can promise you, when it comes to its full fruition, nothing short of a civil war will remove it. So, for example, South Africa. There is no saving South Africa. Every 4 years, people in South Africa go to vote. It's one of the most meaningless processes ever. And the reason it's meaningless is any government that comes to power in South Africa has a number of serious issues. The first is that the police belong to the ANC. Every single member of the police vote ANC. They don't vote for any other party. All of the police commissioners, all of the captains, literally start to finish, all ANC. The military, all ANC, start to finish, top to bottom, all ANC. In every single sphere of local government, this is municipal buildings, municipal sort of departments, it's all ANC members, all the way through, and corrupt as hell. Palms have to be, trust me guys, I used to work in the construction industry. I know how this works. In South Africa, in order to get anything done, there are multiple palms that have to be greased to get the smallest little thing done. Everyone needs to be paid by someone, and everyone needs to approve something by someone else. So that's what you're running into, right? Then you go to the court system. The courts have been captured completely by DEI and the ANC. Every single court in the land belongs to the ANC. Every single judge in the land belongs to the ANC. The entire justice system, criminal justice system, belongs to the ANC. And by the ANC, I mean DEI, wokeness, the left. There is no saving this country. There is no voting it out of trouble. Like, how would you even begin to do this? Let's imagine the DA gets into power tomorrow. For those of you that don't know, the DA is called the Democratic Alliance. They're as useless as their namesakes in the US. But the Democratic Alliance, let's imagine that they get to power tomorrow. And let's say that they want to make some changes. Let's say that they decide to start with the mines and allow for more mining to happen. Guess what they run into the very next day? NUMSA and COSATU will bring the entire mining industry to a standstill. Because the unions in South Africa do not play around and they're protected by law. So they will bring the mining industry to a standstill. If the DA tries for even a moment to make it easier for companies to actually fire people, the unions will bring it to a standstill. They will destroy this nation. They will light it on fire. If you don't believe me, go look at some of the union riots in South Africa. They're violent. They are very violent and they don't care. In fact, one of their favorite little hobbies, they haven't done that in a few years, but it is a hobby of theirs, is any member who does not strike with them gets either necklaced, or one of the things that they did a few years ago, because they sort of decided to go on strike in the trucking industry, and any driver that didn't want to go on strike had their hands cut off. That's how it works here in South Africa. Just FYI. What government is going to fix that? How do you fix that? There's no fixing it. South Africa is going down, and there's literally nothing anyone can do. Say hello. Also, you're not wrong. I was told many times how bad it was in some parts when a friend of mine who worked there, everyone eats paid, is exactly what he said. DH Cobra, yeah, it is bad, dude. The only way to salvation is making Akko the supreme leader of South Africa. I would do it, but I would be a dictator. Balthor, you're not wrong. African unions? What if warlords, but industrial? Pretty much. It's almost as if every nation run by blacks is bad. I wouldn't say so, because there is... So, for example, you have Botswana, High Darkness. Now, Botswana is not a super rich country, but it is quite a nice country. And the reason they're not super rich is they're very small, right? So I think Botswana has something like 2.5 million people. They're a very tiny nation, and they don't have a crazy amount of resources. Sort of part of what makes it sad, they're completely landlocked, and they don't have an overwhelming amount of mining and stuff like that. But as a nation, you're pretty safe in Botswana. They don't like immigrants, so you won't be able to go there. But you're fairly safe. It's not a nation with any trouble or any such thing. So I wouldn't say it's entirely that. You do have at least the one example. But, you know. So brutal execution and punishments belong in the Dark Ages, and these aren't even justly applied, just mob violence. Oh yeah, but I mean, South Africa is all about the mob violence. It's how it works here. But you guys did you guys see Hassan? Hassan tried to save the world, I guess. Did you guys see that? Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this. So Nelson Mandela's grandson thinks that Afrikaners who accepted Trump's resettlement offer should have charges laid against them. Now, chat, what is a good way to prove that someone is being persecuted while you deny that someone is persecuted? Because I would say this guy can offer a masterclass on that. White people should stop complaining they're not persecuted, but also the white people that are complaining that they are being persecuted should be charged criminally and thrown in jail for claiming that they're persecuted. You're not being persecuted. Accept your punishment justly, please. You cannot make this up. Only in South Africa, bro. Only in South Africa. Oh, dude. Do you think white people will ever fight back before we are extinct? I don't think white people will go extinct. DNC, do you mean? Has been turning in his grave, man. To be honest, I'm not entirely convinced that Nelson Mandela is turning in his grave. What people need to understand is Nelson Mandela was himself not a very good man. Just to be clear. Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. He himself blew up shopping malls and places where women and children frequented. So Nelson Mandela was not necessarily a great man. Right? What made Nelson Mandela great was the fact that he was willing to forgive. The question, however, is, was he actually willing to forgive? Or was that just part? Because, guys, I have now lived in South Africa my entire life. I have, for most of my life, from the age of 9, I have seen the ANC in action. And I will tell you now, the ANC are masters of misdirection. They're very, very clued in on things like on things like what's the optics? Rakan, how you doing, sir? They're very, very focused on things like optics. Right? So they don't really care about what is actually happening. They care about what do people think is happening. So I'm not suggesting that Nelson Mandela is a bad guy or wasn't a good guy. I will just say, knowing what I know about the ANC now, I would not be as quick to trust that he was a good guy. And can I just quickly say, Kavri and Circus, how you guys doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Rukon, I saw you're going to be playing Lies of P. When did you decide to do that? Look at this chat. When they shadow dropped it, nice. Save file, good to go. Oh, nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so these things are called biltong wheels. They're made of dried sausage that's then sliced into these sort of... They're beautiful. Mm. By the way, how many of you are buying this? There you go, bro. Oh, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, always remember to go from top chat to live chat. Always go to live chat. Because if you do top chat, YouTube decides which chats you see and which chats you don't. So just keep that in mind. No, wait, what happened to the console war? Oh, Xbox is apparently going all out. Can I tell you guys why this is one of the greatest plays for Xbox ever? This is one of the greatest plays for Xbox ever. And the reason is consoles are dead. There is no future for console. Your old Xbox and your old PlayStation, they're done. They're gone. They're not going to exist for very much longer. And the reason for it is quite simply, why would they? These new handhelds with the new technologies that we have are as powerful, or at least powerful enough to compete with whatever your console can push out. they're a lot more friendly because they can plug into your TV. You can connect a mouse and a keyboard to effectively make them feel just like it is a PC. You see, these things, these handhelds, so to speak, I think is far better classified as pocket PCs because that's what they are. It is a PC for all intents and purposes. The difference between this, again, and your normal box standard console, this one can play Steam, can play Microsoft games, can play even PlayStation games will be available on this thing. So the question becomes, if you are a console player only, why would you buy a PlayStation when you could just be buying this? I mean, seriously. What is the advantage to buying a PlayStation that this wouldn't be better for? I know, but for most games, people can play. Can be played them. TMB, very true. No, but Gamers Republic, I already explained. According to, at least in terms of accessibility, I believe there was a slide that showed them actually going on the PlayStation Store. So from the handout, you could get onto the PlayStation Store and most likely play PlayStation games, right? Straight from this thing. Now, it's going to depend on whether Sony allows it, obviously, right? Because Sony could be difficult and say, no, we're not going to allow it. But yeah, effectively, this is the Xbox ROG Ally, sure. But it comes with Game Pass and the Xbox Store, although updated and upgraded for an actual experience for gaming. But then it also comes with a PlayStation Store. Not a PlayStation Store, Steam. It comes with Epic Launcher, if anyone's going to use that, up to you. And then from what I heard, there's even a slide for Sony PlayStation Store on this. Although, don't take my word for it. It's just what I've heard. Games Republic, I understand that, but I think physical games are going away anyway. I don't think within the next 5 years, consoles will still have physical drives. Yes, Cobra, that is true. I think the problem with physical drives is that with every year, the amount of physical copies that people buy is dying out, right? Less and less people are actually buying into the physical copy space. And so what ends up happening as a gaming company is you're constantly having to ask yourself, is this even worth making these games for what could eventually just be games that don't have any physical purchases? Because most people, I mean, I don't have a physical drive, not on my PC anyway. Sassy, how you doing? An old idea, phone plus hardware add-ons equals that's on a screen. It's not bad. Instantly is better than waiting. Yeah, I don't think, I think Alistar is correct there. Obi-Wan, how you doing? I think Alistar is 100% correct. I think hardware is done, right? I think physical media, physical games, I think that's done by the next generation. You already see it now, right? PlayStation, Xbox, the whole industry is trying to move away from physical games. Internet and storage capacity increase has made it easy to transition. True. Hmm. Do you actually think piracy is king? Z Vengeance, yes, transition, but not that kind of transitioning. I think, dude, I don't want to talk about illegal stuff here, but I will say you should. The year is 2025, my good man. You should not be using the Pirate Bay anymore. All I'm gonna say. There's plenty of invite-only sites out there. That is a hell of a lot better than the Pirate Bay. I'll just put it that. Did you get better biltong? It's not better biltong. It's a different product, Seven. So it is still biltong, but it's called biltong wheels. Right? It looks like this. So it is effectively sausage, dried sausage, that they then cut into these sort of slices, right? So think of like salami, but it's not salami. This is beef. That's what it looks like on the inside. I know what black pudding is. This is not black pudding. This is actual meat. Yeah, it is jerky, but it's sausage. This one's really good, Seven. This is super expensive, though, but it's really good. Sassy, that is true, yes. So this is... So it's expensive in rand qualities, right? Not... I realize you guys are obviously not going to find it that expensive, but it is 550. No, it was like 595 rand a kilo, I think it was. Let's say $30 a kilo. Which by South African standards is a lot of money. Right on the price of dried meat. Yeah, thereabouts. But it is really good. But this is super expensive. Like, you can get normal biltong. Like normal biltong, so just the normal thing, not this very sort of high quality one. Still high quality, but it's not got all the, because this obviously goes through a lot more processes to get it the way that it is. But you can get normal biltong for 310, 320 rand per kilo, which is maybe 10, 15. Let's say $15 a kilo. More artisanal, or what is the English word? Well, you do get people that make it wholesale, right? So you do get your wholesale biltong makers, but the ones I buy is completely homemade, right? So I know the guy that makes it. He makes it in his house, drying it. I know exactly what spice blends he uses on it, how long it stands for, what is in it, what isn't in it. So yeah, you can sort of... make your decision, but you do get the ones that's a lot more mass produced, and they usually contain a crap ton of stuff. Savin, what are you linking me? What is this? Kiska. The hell is this? Silver Star Kiska with beef blood. What is this? pork skins cured with water, salt, sodium, sugar, dextrose. Wait, is this just... No. No, it cannot be. It's pork skins. It's a sausage with grains? What? So it's not made with actual meat. Well, there's some pork liver in it. Yeah, I don't want this. No. Give me actual meat in there. Then we can talk. Wait, actual meat's good. What did you link me? See Vengeance. What am I looking at? Yeah, but this is just... Well, it looks like biltong. This looks like biltong. We grew up on that, but not many eat it anymore. Doesn't sound that appetizing. No, it doesn't, actually. It sounds like a lot of ingredients for sausage, no? What is it? Could it be meat? Could it be fish, actually? No, I haven't, Pringles. What happened with the Death Stranding conference? It's not fish. Dude, is it dried or is it not dried? Because this looks dried. It's dried? Yeah, then it's biltong. It's just pork biltong, but it is biltong. I was wondering if that was blood sausage that you guys mentioned. No, blood sausage is disgusting. So it's called black pudding, and it is disgusting. You look at this. I mean, look at that. Oh, it's blood. Like what you're looking at there is pork's blood with a bunch of spices. It is rancid. I hate it. And the reason I hate it is I was in the UK. I tried this. It is not good. But then even now, like the Germans here in South Africa, at least in Cape Town, they love this shit. They love this shit. Like every single butchery you go to here sells this blood pudding nonsense. Looks like a lot of grains. Well, yeah, there's like, I think there's a maize element to it, and then the pig's blood to thicken it all up and to allow it to sit. Flat blood, I am weak. The link shows the new gameplay of DS2. Oh, Pringles. Let's go. Catowlish. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Whoa. Very powerful. Wait, how powerful is... What? Is she gonna be an enemy or a good guy? Obi-Wan, I've played Death Stranding, and I can tell you no one knows the lore of Death Stranding. No one knows. I don't even think Hideo Kojima knows the lore of his own game. That game is mega confusing. Even finishing the game, you're like, you think I won? I'm not sure if I've won. Doesn't feel like I've won. Feels like the game's done, but it feels like I still don't understand what the hell just happened here. But she's clearly powerful. Because this is the kind of stuff, like, she's not supposed to be that in control of the beach. She seems to be able to switch between the beach, which is the other side, and the real world almost at will, which is insane.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've always loved porters. Through freezing rain and biting wind, across rivers, mountains, and endless deserts, they come to deliver something priceless, a glimpse of a life I've never known. They're my window, my sole connection to the outside world, and I know they'll be.
Gaming is so dead. Heist Darkness, what do you mean? You had the power to ban all movie games. What do you mean, movie games? I think she may be a grown-up baby. Possible. I remember when Kojima said Death Stranding 2 gameplay would be completely different. He lied. Well, yeah, because why would he change anything the first 48? The game was good.
Back again today.
I loved the Death Stranding 1. I think Death Stranding 1 is one of the best games to have come out probably in the last decade or so. Walking Sim cutscenes, bootleg Hollywood trash, okay. The only games coming out today besides Farming Sims. I just don't... I think anyone who thinks Death Stranding is a walking simulator has not played it, or if they have, completely stopped trying to understand it. Because it is not a walking simulator. There's so much happening in between the moments of moving. There's so much storytelling happening that is non-verbal, not put into cutscenes or stories, but you have to be present. You have to move through the world paying attention to what the world shows you in order to follow what the story is. It is not a walking simulator. I can tell you that for now. It genuinely isn't. I love to give you shit about it. I know, Saven. I know. Yeah, but Heist Darkness, so I don't understand. You say that every game is now like this, but I would argue that's just not true. There are a lot of games like this, and yes, a lot of story games are like this, but every single day there's games coming out that isn't like this at all, right? That is just gameplay. That is just phenomenal gameplay. You know, in the indie space, for example, you have things like Schedule 1 that came out, Blacksmith Master, another great game, Foundation, Oxygen Not Included, Frostpunk, Doom, The Dark Ages that came out a while ago. I think there are different games that do different things. I think when you're talking, DH Cobra, take care, man. I think when you're talking about RPGs, they're always going to have more story, more cutscenes and the like, because they're stories, right? The point of those games is to be a story. It is to be interactive sort of cinema in a way, but that's the kind of game that it is. Fun to me for just mindless fun to zone out to and find hidden things. Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was really good. Of course, it's not a walking simulator. That's just an ignorant remark. Everyone which has played it knows that it's a jog till you fall over simulator. Even within RPGs, there are some that have more story. Baldur's Gate 3 or less, Elden Ring. Yeah, I would say, even something like Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is a lot of gameplay, right? Most of it is gameplay. There are story moments, but overwhelming majority is gameplay, no? I have played Atomfall, haven't finished it yet, but it is fun. My expectations for a Kojima game was very specific, so I came with a bias of what I wanted and was disappointed with what was in Death Stranding. Alasdair, I think that's why a lot of people hated Death Stranding. Because I think a lot of people went into Death Stranding wanting Metal Gear Solid 6. Like, they were hoping that this is just going to be Metal Gear Solid. And even though Kojima made it very clear, this isn't just Metal Gear Solid, this is its own game, I don't think there was any way to ever put that cat back in the bag. People were going to go into it expecting something. Their stealth aspect. Yeah, I mean, the game is very, very good. There's a lot of stealth. There's a lot to experience within the game. But it is one of those things where it's divisive. And if you listen to Kojima, that's exactly what he wanted. He didn't want everyone to like the game. In fact, he said in an interview, one of the things that bothers him about Death Stranding 2 is in Death Stranding 1, he had tasters that tried out the game. And they all hated it. All of them. All of the tasters that they had, the play tasters, hated Death Stranding 1. And he still launched it. And now with Death Stranding 2, all of the playtesters love it. And he actually said he doesn't like that. He wishes that they would hate it. Because he actually doesn't think games should be fun for everyone. If gaming is dying, did you watch all the recent gaming showcases? 99% of all those games were absolute dog shit. I should have fleetingly watched through it. I didn't watch them in detail. I had a busy weekend. So I just sort of scanned a lot of them. There are games that looked pretty good to me. What was it called? There's one game in particular that really stood out. I tweeted about it. Hold up, let me just find the tweet. I can't remember the name now. This. This looked like fire to me. Osiris Reborn, The Expanse. Dude, did you guys see this trailer for Osiris Reborn? Trump endorses them. Oh, yeah. I reacted to this.
Tom Holman to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
Dude, honestly, Gavin Newsom could probably face arrest. Like, I'm not lying. Remember, immigration is federal, not state. States don't have immigration policies. Immigration policy is set by the federal government. So if the federal government wants to go into a state and basically arrest all of its illegals, the federal government is allowed to do that because the job of the federal government is to enforce immigration. If a state governor refuses the federal government access to their state, they are technically, in my opinion at least, in breach of the law. And then the federal government does have the right to arrest them for interfering with federal business. Metal Gear Solid fans with Death Running 2, a character who looks just like Solid Snake in the game. Trump should grow a pair and finally enforce the Insurrection Act. Invoke the Insurrection Act. I don't think he will. Like, why? Why is it an insurrection? Did you guys see The Expanse, Osiris Reborn? Tell me you guys watched it. Oh, man. Really, Saban?
Zafar, pull up NavTech.
Just a sec. Got it.
Taki. We gonna find out about your Kopang right quick, okay?
Just want to do him justice. Stuck his neck out for us. Least we can do is get him out alive. We've got big enough.
Yeah, they have Obi-Wan, but look at this.
Oh, Michael. To a man with a hammer, just about everything looks like a nail.
Aim for show. Time to say oh yeah with our hammer.
Missile range in 1 minute.
Yeah, it's in the Expanse universe, yeah. The thing that excites me is this. Owlcat. Owlcat is pretty good when it comes to RPGs, and it's something new for Owlcat. Because Owlcat usually makes games like Baldur's Gate style, turn-based, that sort of thing. This is new for Owlcat games, so it's got me very, very excited.
Zafar, did you get a signal?
After the large haul down this corridor, they shut down this part of the facility. Long time before our arrival.
Fine. Let's deal with those guys first.
In Yolota. They never look up.
Yeah, there's a lot of Mass Effect vibes in this.
Zafar, you're
You'll
right.
see now.
They shut down this. Yolota. I need backup.
Hold on, I'm coming! I'll cover you. Thanks.
I can't see shit from here.
The bird up high shall be thine eyes.
Now watch this. This is where I knew I need this game in my life.
What the hell happened here? Hey, buddy. Glad you're still breathing.
Yep, here we go again, Massey. Here we go again. It looks good. What do you mean The Expanse went ultra woke? When? Not in the series. The series is pretty good, although the last season was a bit boring. And I hated the way it ended. I felt like there could be more. I have a blonde and a redhead. Yeah, it seems like it. I like the music, but I can't see crap on my phone right now. But you just cautious old game, release a game that very bugs. Is this after the TV show? Oh, we don't know anything. We don't know anything about when this happens. My feeling would be that since it's Osiris Reborn, and I don't remember any references of wait. What was the ship called in the Expanse series in season 1 that Judy Mao was on? Was that ship not called the Osiris? It was called the Anubis. Yeah, you're right. It was called the Anubis. Was there references of an Osiris? I would argue it's most likely prequel. Most likely. I don't think Osiris was ever mentioned. Sounds familiar, but then it could just be Osiris as part of the pantheon there. If the ending like that, so if another production company wants to pick it up, they can. I would love to see someone finish The Expanse. You can actually make a proper ending to The Expanse universe, because The Expanse to this day is still one of my favorite TV shows. I think The Expanse is phenomenally good. And I would gladly watch. I have watched The Expanse multiple times over. Black Shogu, do yourself a favor and watch The Expanse, dude. It's really good. The Expanse books go much more on than the TV show. But anyway, that's always true. That's always true. So it's clear that a lot of people love this game. Like, just take a look at this. 995,000 views. 27k likes, only 263 dislikes. So clearly a lot of people are interested in what this game can bring. And if Alcat can just leave the politics out of it, it's going to be great. The only film that was better than the books is City of Bones. City of Bones. I don't think I've ever watched that. Yeah, well, to some extent, they wanted to colonize the belt, yeah. Leave politics out of Expanse. Ron, when I say leave politics out, right, it's important that people understand there's two types of politics that we talk about in video games. There's the in-universe politics, and then there's 21st century politics. So when I say leave politics out of it, I mean, let's not have a bunch of people here that sort of worry about their sexuality and their gender and all the rest of it. Just make the bloody game. Don't push that nonsense. A TV show, there would be a 30-year gap, so they could basically kind of start a new Expanse show. They won't be able to leave modern day politics out. Well, you can't say they won't be able to. They managed to do it in the TV show, so they could do it. Everywhere else? A very diverse cast, but race not once became a thing to talk about. Well, in a world like that, race wouldn't be a thing you talk about, right? Like, think about the world of the Expanse. The tribes that exist in the world of Expanse would be Mars, Earth, and the Belt. And the Belters will not hate fellow Belters. Regardless of what the race is, they're all Belters, right? And the Martians don't hate their fellow Martians. They hate the Earthers. And the Earthers don't hate their fellow Earthers, they hate the Martians and the Balters. So you don't need modern day politics in that sort of universe. It's about class more than anything. Yeah, well, the class thing definitely exists, right? But I would say the class thing is sort of underlying in every single one of the factions. So the Earthers have a class sort of struggle, the Martians have class struggle, and the Balters have class struggle, although the Balters like to pretend like they're all about equality and shit. But you see in the TV show, the Balt isn't really that equal. Have you seen the gameplay of what? Black. This is the first time I've seen anything about this. Well, yesterday, I saw the Expanse Osiris Reborn for the first time. And you guys, nowadays, racial gender struggles are just invented to distract us from class struggles. I mean, I don't necessarily think we have that big of a class struggle in the world. Yeah, I don't know. I don't particularly think we have that big of a class struggle. The show is great at balancing each faction. Yeah, and I think the show did a great job of no one gave a shit, right? Like, no one cared about the race of any character. It was just super fun to watch. Oh, man. Why can't we get movies like that? Why can't we get movies like that? And what I don't understand about the ladies, like, girls, you guys need to stop with this nonsense. Like, Hollywood is really trying to make good movies for you guys, and you guys are not even supporting Hollywood. Like, what does Hollywood need to do to get all of you girls to go out and watch your movies? They made Ballerina for you because John Wick was too masculine and shit. They made that other superhero film for you because, you know, more normal Marvel superhero films are too masculine for you. But you girls are not going to support your girl bosses at the big screen. What's happening, ladies? What's happening? Is it any good? Well, it failed, but maybe it is really good. Yeah, maybe it's just because men hate women. That's why it failed. Anyone even heard of Ballerina? Don't worry, it wasn't made for you, Game of Republic. You have a penis, and it was made for people who don't have penises. So, you know, targeted ads and all that. Rather watch cooking shows. Lol. Yep. I think the one thing that is becoming clear is that if you make superhero films for girls, most girls won't watch it. Whoa. Amos and Drummer were my favorite characters. I loved Amos, yes. Black, I don't think it's that girls hate girls. You see, I think the thing that Hollywood doesn't understand is that most women aren't attracted or aren't interested in superhero films. Most women find masculinity attractive. And so the thing that helps superhero films sell, even for girls, is the masculinity of the superheroes, right? So girls aren't watching Thor because of how good Thor is. Girls are watching Thor because of how hot he is and how masculine he is, right? The same with Iron Man, the same with Captain America. And when you make a superhero film and you're particularly specifically focusing only on the female girl bosses, you're automatically going to get into trouble. Is there a way to get all of these nonsense spammers off of kick. I'm banning so many people for trying to sell boosts and shit. Yeah, I don't want to ban them every single time. It gets annoying. The only thing done right in season 5 of The Expanse was Amos' story arc. Amos. Sorry, not Amos. Amos. Excuse me. Are you partnered on Kick, by the way? No. I'm not partnered on Kick. I'm just streaming on Kick for fun. Shirtless scenes, shirtless hero scenes everywhere is how you get women into superhero movies. Well, I think the thing is, the kind of girls that are interested in superhero films are interested in the same type of superhero films that guys are interested in. And I think what Hollywood really fails to understand is that most girls that go to watch superhero films will usually go and watch the superhero film with her boyfriend. So she's not going out with her friends to go watch Iron Man. Her boyfriend wants to watch Iron Man, and she's going along with him to watch Iron Man. It's not her first choice. And I think Hollywood doesn't understand that. Hollywood thinks that if they make more female superheroes, more women will watch superhero films. When in reality, it kind of makes sense that girls wouldn't want to watch superhero films. Because let's just, guys, I know the world likes to pretend like all of this stuff was just taught, but let's change our suppositions just very quickly. Okay? Instead of arguing that society forced women to become, to dream of the princess life, let's imagine for 2 seconds. Let's change our presuppositions and we say, what if the damsel in distress, the Prince Charming that saves the princess, what if that fantasy became fantasy because that is what girls fantasize about? So instead of saying, because what the left likes to say is girls only fantasize about Prince Charming saving the damsel in distress because they've been taught to fantasize about Prince Charming saving the princess. I'm asking you to change your presuppositions. What if the girls wanted it before it became the story? Because if you change your presuppositions, you very quickly start to realize why superhero films for girls don't work. Because girls aren't dreaming of being the one saving the world. Girls aren't dreaming of being the girl boss saving the planet. Girls are dreaming about being saved. Girls are dreaming about Thor saving her. Right? That's what girls dream about. So the superhero film has none of the fantasy that girls are after. Because she doesn't want to see a girl saving the planet. She doesn't want a girl to save her. She wants a guy to save her. When you think of stuff like that in that way, the failures of these TV shows start to make a lot more sense. If you want girls to join Warhammer 40k, don't make female custodians. Make a light-hearted romance story in a Warhammer 40k paradise world. Dude, you don't even have to do that. Write an actual... If you want more girls in 40k, you write a romantic story of one of the Space Marines saving a girl from like absolute hell and terror and then falls in love with her. Like she manages to get him to fall in love with her. That'll bring girls to Warhammer 40k. Like in droves, bro. It was never about women though. Everything going on in the Western culture is to lower testosterone in men. Yeah, but Ice Darkness, I get that that's definitely one of the things that people say. But in this instance, how will movies lower the testosterone in men? Orcsmart must be there as well. Well, you can probably have your Orcsmart. She wants to be the world being saved. True, Caleb. Woke girls dream of a Prince Charming like a Sun Piker. No. I can guarantee you that the overwhelming majority of women probably don't get aroused by Hassan Piker. I'm sure there's a lot, right? I'm sure there are a lot of girls that do, but I would say most proper women would not get aroused by Hassan Piker. Have you heard about the rampage in Austria? Wait, what happened in Austria? Behind you. The more girl boss movies you make, the less movies there are of men being providers and protectors. Yeah, but High Darkness, that's not going to lower testosterone in men, right? All that's going to do is it's going to make men crave stories that tell, the stories that they want. Wait, there was a guy who shot people with a shotgun? What? Hold up. Where did he get the gun? Oh, boy. Oh, no. Well, would you look at that? America is no longer the only country in the world that has school shootings. I shouldn't laugh at this, but I do find it a little funny because you're constantly told how evil the gun laws are in America. And I'm pretty sure gun laws in Europe is pretty much the left's wet dream. City of Graz. I think they have the video on YouTube, the news, I mean. Was he a member of the Religion of Peace? Well, let's see. At least 10 people have been killed and more seriously injured in a shooting at a secondary school in the southern Austrian city of Graz, authorities have said. The mayor of Graz, Alka Kar, said the presumed shooter and several students were among the fatalities in the attack, the deadliest in Austria's post-war history. Local media reported the attack began at about 10 a.m. local time when a gunman opened fire in two classrooms. 90 minutes later, local police said on social media they believed there was no further danger after a major security operation involving a special forces unit and several police helicopters. Pupils and staff were evacuated from the Borg Dreier Schützengasse High School in Graz, and the building was being thoroughly searched, the police spokesperson said, confirming several fatalities, but giving no specific number. Christian Stocker described the shooting as terrible tragedy, adding, okay, so they're not saying who did it. Hate and violence must never gain the upper hand. Our response to this must be an even stronger commitment to solidarity and respect. Oh, here we go. The fact that they say this tells you everything you need to know, boys. The fact that they say this tells you everything you need to know. If it was a white dude, they would have said it. Well, if it was a white dude, they wouldn't be saying we must stand together as a society. Hate and violence must never gain the upper hand. Our response to this must be an even stronger commitment to solidarity and respect. If it was a white dude that killed people, they would not say this. They would say, they would say how evil right-wing Nazis are, and this is just right-wing propaganda that's radicalizing young white men to carry out all of these attacks and assaults. Whereas this is to say, guys, we get it. This religion of peace is being very unpeaceable at the moment, but we need to show that we respect them and we're in solidarity with them as they slaughter our brothers and sisters. So we must come together even more, stand closer together so that one bullet can take out far more people. That's really the message that Europe must send. Europeans should stop running away when the religion of peace is trying to blow them up. Instead, run towards the man in the vest. Show him how much you love him just before he goes boom. That way we can really amp up those numbers. Because with every attack, we need more immigrants to replace the people that's dead. That's just how it goes, no? What am I looking at? Oud-leerling richt bloedbad aan in Oostenrijkse skool, 10 doden, onder wie dader die beweerde gepest te zijn. So it's saying that it's an old, it's a previous sort of kid at the school. He killed because bullying? I don't believe that. Lots of kids are bullied, and kids have been bullied for as long as I can remember. It never used to be a thing where, kids would be shooting up their school because of bullying. At the back of the article, there's a bit of information about the shooter. Wie met vragen zijt oor... Okay, wacht. Die leerling en leerkrachten worden opgevangen in een gebouw in de buurt. De lichten gewonden worden daar ook verzorgd. De zwaarder gewonden zijn naar ziekenhuizen gebracht. Om 12 uur meldde de lokale politie dat die situatie in die school veiliggesteld is. En bondskanselier Christian Stocker is onderweg naar Graz vanmiddag oud-leerling. Volgens Oostenrijkse media was de verdachte een 22-jarige oud-leerling van de school. Hij had 1 pistool en 1 jachtgeweer bij zich. En minstens 1 van die wapens had de 20er zonder strafblad enkele dagen geleden nog maar gekocht. Naar 1 motief is het nog gezien, al zou hij beweerd hebben het slachtoffer te zijn geweest van pestgedrag. Volgens lokale media handelde hij dan ook uit wraak. So yeah, something to do with hate. Seems like he may have bought one of the weapons just the previous day or some shit like that. Be read in Afrikaans, but now I'm all for it. Sigarethouding. Afrikaans is lekker kak. Sigaretten. Hierdie is nie Afrikaans nie, bro. Ek dink hierdie is Belgisch. It's more Dutch, but basically same pronunciation. Yeah, I would say this is, well, it's not Dutch. It's I think Flemish, maybe? Yeah, I think it would be Flemish. Ding ding. Of course, like there needs to be more investigation and stuff into it. But yeah, different articles give different information. Dude, I'm sorry, I know English, not African. So, Black, this isn't African, this is Flemish, which is European, right? I'm just reading it so that I can get a sense of what it means. But effectively, all it's saying over here is that it's an old pupil, and the pupil apparently acted out of, like, vengeance. Ook uit wraak means vengeance in this instance. I'm not entirely sure what this means, but I think in minstens een van die wapens hy had de 20er zonder strafblad enkele dagen geleden nog maar gekocht. I'm not sure if that means that he bought the weapon the day before or a few days before, or if the weapon was loaded a few days before. This was basically recently bought. You see, gekocht is weird to me because gekoopt, I could understand gekoop, but gekocht is sort of a strange way of putting it. Shotgun in Australia, I thought it was illegal. So this is in Australia, it's Austria, Black. Yeah, Austria. And I'm not sure, what's the gun laws of Austria? Like, I know you guys are... I know Austrians have severe laws on painting and artists and stuff. and probably some laws on mustaches. But what's the gun laws of Austria? Like, it's okay to own guns, but don't draw buildings and stuff. What's the deal with Austria? In Austria, you can buy a gun if you're 18 years old. Nice. Also, everyone knows Australia isn't a real place. True. The funny mustache guy. Yeah, you can own guns, but no mustaches and no paintings. Oh, damn. Squinch, what do you mean having trouble clearing my throat? Australia is the prison colony, right? No, Australia is a made-up country. Doesn't actually exist. Everyone knows that. Like, the earth is flat, bro. There's no place for Australia. Everyone knows this. This is common knowledge. And if you don't agree with me, that you're part of the conspiracy. No kangaroos in Austria? True. That's one of the reasons I'm always so careful with conspiracies. Because, I mean, I like conspiracies as much as the next guy. But conspiracies are a little dangerous because, well, there's no way to disprove a conspiracy. If you bring someone evidence that their conspiracy is wrong, they'll just say that you're part of the conspiracy. If you prove the conspiracy, then obviously they're right. So there's literally they can only be right. It can never be wrong. So Australia doesn't exist? True. Undeniable proof right here. Yep. We've nailed it, boys. We've got them. The real reason for COVID lockdowns was so that the authorities could replace the batteries and all the pigeons. I believe it. By the emus after they lost the emu war. I always hear people say something about the emu wars. I don't know what that is. Can't call my man cave the wolf's lair. One guy ruined it. All for everyone else? The wolf's lair. What? Oh. Guess what I started watching? I think I'm on my way to getting into anime. I think I'm on my way. I've never been a fan of anime. Roadblock, how you doing, sir? But this is now my it's my fourth anime that I've watched, and this time I actually went and I sorted it out. I was looking for something to watch, and I thought, oh, I'll watch this. Now, I realize that the rules around anime is very weird for some of you purists or whatever. Like, some of you anime fans are like, no, it can only be anime if it's from Japan. I don't give a shit. Like, if it's drawn, it's anime. So it all started, of course, with the League of Legends one, right? That was really good. Some people say it's not anime, but it is. Then I watched Edge Runners, which was also really, really good. The Cyberpunk one. That was also pretty good. Then, a few months ago, not even a few months ago, maybe like a month and a half ago, I watched Devil May Cry. Again, I realized a lot of people didn't like Devil May Cry, and it wasn't a real anime. Sure, I get it, but it is actually really good as an anime. And then now, I don't know if I'm at the end of season 2. I don't even know if there's more seasons. But Castlevania. And I must admit, it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good, Castlevania. Yeah, then I am pretty much at the end for Castlevania. Let's look. I have one more season left. One more episode left. Like, you look here. Just watched Full Love, and then I have the End Times episode left. And then I'm done with season 2 of Castlevania. But then there's a new one, I think, Nocturnes or whatever, or Nocturne. I'll probably watch that one as well. Love Castlevania. I agree with this. Highly recommend The Legend of Vox. I Okay, try Vox Machinima too, or Machina, Vox Machina. Nocturne is a bit woke, but not to the point. It ruins everything. One thing I'm still confused on is the line between anime and cartoons. There is no line. Anime is cartoons, cartoons is anime. People just like to sound cool or whatever. And yes, I watch it dubbed. I don't like subtitles. I don't give a shit about subtitles. I'll just watch it in English because that's best. And I don't care about the purists. I'm not going to start watching nonsense. I don't want to hear weird languages that I don't understand. The horror, some dubs are great. No, anime is Japanese made. It's not a style. It's just this was produced in Japan. You should watch Monster. It's an anime from 2004 and it's awesome. Okay, so I'm not going to sign up to special places for my anime. If it's not on this list, I'm not watching it. Like, I'm not going to something roll thing. I'm not going there. That's too much effort. If it's not on this list or on Prime, I'm not watching it. Yeah, Crunchyroll, that's the one. I'm not going there. Never do not touch Crunchyroll. Fuck those assholes. Why? What did they do wrong? I just look at the pictures. And if the pictures look good, I'll sign up for it. Wait, Castlevania Season 4? Hello? Wait, there is a Season 3 for Castlevania. What? No, there isn't. No, there is, actually. Liars. Yeah, there are 4 seasons. Wow. Absolute liars. I still have 2 seasons to go. Nice, I'm glad. Coming from Crunchyroll and distorting actual anime into Western BS. If you want anime, no signups, no bullshit subscriptions. Anywatch.to. Yeah, but does it have it in English? Because that's super important to me. It is dubs in English. Somehow, anime in Afrikaans sounds like a cursed thing to me. I wouldn't watch anime in Afrikaans. I watch everything in English. I watch everything in English. Guys, can anyone in America tell me if this is true? Because I highly doubt it. Dub movies into Afrikaans? No, we don't do a lot of dubbing here in South Africa. No. So most Afrikaans people can speak English. I would say 100% of Afrikaans people can speak English. Not necessarily well, but they can speak it. What most Afrikaans people will just watch Afrikaans movies in general.
For money.
Command unit with the 420, sir. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Have you checked out the trailer Expanse Osiris Reborn by Alcat? Yes. We literally, Command unit, we just watched it like an hour ago. It looks so good. It looks like my type of game. We used to have to watch with English on the radio. English on the radio. Oh, that's years ago. Oh yeah, this is W Super Chat. Definitely. peek. Did you know the Heidi was a Studio Ghibli anime? Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff that we watched back in the day were Japanese or Asian. The media would be screaming it from the mountaintops, not backing the criminals they are currently backing. Yeah, I'm literally, that's why I asked this person, where is your evidence for this? Dude, the amount of leftists that just believe stuff is insane. Cesius, how are you doing? The amount of leftists that will just jump to a conclusion. Like, they'll hear a thing, one of their favorite YouTubers or Twitch people or Twitter people will say something, and they'll just go, well, must be true. Bad faith arguments from the left. I'm of the opinion that the left is really dangerous. Really, really dangerous. And I think, I don't want to say that Trump should absolutely arrest the people on the left because, you know, you don't want to jump the gun too quickly. But at the same time, it feels like the left will rip things apart. Even on the news, they're doing extra steps to justify the chaos. They should just make it illegal to pay people to protest with NGOs. Obi-Wan, I don't think it is legal to necessarily do it, but the problem is finding out who is doing it, right? Sorry, I'm just quickly arguing with a moron here. Some people are just, dude, some people are genuinely just tiring, man. Genuinely just tiring. Did you see Joe Rogan episode with Cash Director? I have not watched it yet. Eyes Darkness. I have not watched it yet, but it is on my list of things to watch. Because I want to hear what Cash Patel has to say, but at the same time, Cash Patel is sort of pretending like there's nothing wrong with the Jeffrey Epstein list, like there's nothing there, and that I don't buy. Yeah, just a quiet place. Yeah, you can curse if you want to. Gosh, you're pretty shifty when it comes to the whole Epstein stuff. Dude, there's definitely something with that Epstein stuff. It bothers me that suddenly we're just sort of expected to believe that, oh, no, nothing's wrong here, guys. All right, so let's quickly see here. Vocal distance. The riots happening in LA are not organic or spontaneous. They're designed to look chaotic to cover up the fact that they're well-funded. Exceptionally organized and carried out by well-trained activists using intelligent, highly developed tactics. Here's a primer. Okay, so just showing number 2. First, notice the protesters have shields. Pick 1. These types of shields were used by the 2024 pro-Hamas riots, pick 2, and 2020 BLM rioters. Each shield takes 3 hours to make, and activists spend all day making them. That's not spontaneous, it takes planning. Actually, yeah, it's not wrong. That's not wrong, right? There's a thing. So if protests were actually done organically, the Zero Effort title, maybe how you doing? If protests were actually done organically, you would see what you normally see in countries with organic protests, right? You look at France, for example. They're not pretty. Those protests are not pretty. They're not colorful. They're very, very busy, right? Very, very busy. Also, Just a Quiet, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So there's definitely something going on here. In total, each shield takes about 3 hours to make and requires passing through multiple groups of volunteers before it's finished. All materials and time to produce them is donated, and the shields are offered free of charge to BIPOC protesters and $10 for everyone else. Ghost, Viv, and the volunteers have made about 250 shields so far and built between 30 to 35 shields made per session. You see, so why is this happening? Where do they get the money? Where do they because they say the materials are donated. Doubtful. Who's donating these shields? Most of these people are there in the week, on a weekday. The shields are not cardboard signs. They are designed to look like cardboard signs. They are in fact made of plywood and have metal handles as seen in the pics below. They have cardboard signs attached to the front to disguise the fact that they're made of wood. Friends in LA looking to go protest today and any other day during this time, make your signs a shield to deflect as best you can. As best you can of projectiles. If you want a better sign on the front, just spray adhesive your printed our sign on the wood. Your printed out sign on the wood. FLAPD, they made us drop our shields that were made of cardboard and boogie boards, declared them weapons. Then Corner is in a tunnel and started charging at us and shooting left and right while we were all stuck with no protection. These are the so-called weapons. I mean, look at the handles on these things. Normal working people wouldn't even have the time to protest all day. In 2020, these shields were brought in and distributed to rioters in organized drops. In LA, we see the same strategy. They hand out protective equipment to rioters, pick 2, who then use them in their attacks, pick 3.
They came with a goddamn U-Haul for the war. So
yeah, there's no way.
You actually see they came this way for a strategy. You gotta actually see that they came here for a strategy, why they came this street, okay? This shit is really organized, you guys, all right?
Like, this wouldn't happen organically. Where are these people getting the money? Where are these people getting the information? Consistently, just pushing out this nonsense. Please wear PPE to the LA protest. You need a helmet, you need a mask, respirator, you need goggles, you need gloves. But if you can't afford to buy them, that's okay. You can pick up PPE and receive medical attention at the Skid Row Museum. This is mutual aid. We keep us safe. Where do they get the money for this? Shields that are planned, everything is, from what rioters wear to the tactics used. Dude, I'm telling you now. Veterans for Peace. If you design your action well, you can force your target into a situation where they have to respond, but have no good options. Where they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. In fact, many actions with concrete goals, such as blockades, sit-ins, tree sits, etc., require such a decision dilemma in order to be successful. Consider the blockade of a building. A tactically effective blockade leaves your target with only 2 options. 1, negotiate with you, meet your demands, or 2, react with force, violence against you, or arrest. That's a decision dilemma. Don't let your target walk out the back door, and don't put yourself in a situation where they can wait you out with impunity. You must force a clear decision dilemma. Without it, you let your target and or the police determine the success of your action, rather than calling the shots yourself. Be sure to cover all the exits, literally and figuratively. here's what needs to happen. The Trump administration needs to go in and they need to arrest every single one of the protesters. Make something up. America is one of the most litigious nations on earth. You have so many laws. Patriotic Act. I don't give a shit, right? Any one of these acts, move in and arrest every last one of them. Then find the ones that were actually violent and send them off to, one of these South American countries. But I'm sure the president of, what's this country again? With the Supermax prisons, El Salvador. I'm sure the president of El Salvador would love to take a crack at these leftists, right? You sent the violent ones off to the prisons in El Salvador mistakenly, on accident. You send them off, right? There, they're going to spend the next 2 years trying to prove that they are in fact American citizens and, should be allowed to come back. That's what I think should happen in a perfect world. I'm sorry, but this is the left's play. And this is what the left does. You see, from the left's perspective, because they did not win the election, they will now make the country ungovernable. It is what they'll do. And they will continue to go until they have successfully made the country ungovernable. Cut off the snake's head, go after the organizers of the protests. You see, the problem with a lot of these organizers is they hide behind a lot of layers. But I'm sure the FBI could get to them. I would say start immediate investigations into all of this. You want all of this to stop right now. You arrest George Soros and you arrest, what's his name? The other asshole, Bill Gates. You arrest George Soros, you arrest Bill Gates, most of these problems disappear overnight. Guaranteed. During chaos, you will spread xenophobia. Shake the fault line in CA and let most of it drop off into the sea. In China, for example, they don't arrest protesters in public. The organizers of demonstrations just disappear. Keep reading. You'll see how effed up this is. Oh yeah, I mean, most of this I've already seen. I've spoken about a lot of this in my video tonight. Xenophobia in the US. I suspect many of those anti-nationalists, at least among professors and politicians, are in fact communist revolutionaries. Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. Leftist academics theorized about how violence could be used to build political leverage. Oberlin professor Jenny Garcia explains how violent protests make it a more salient issue and provide greater pressure on elected officials and candidates.
As a result, I think that there are some good opportunities for actually placing sustained pressure on the institutions themselves and elected officials. So one of the ways that we need to do this is through the continuations of protests. And protests, even when there is violence, right, actually can make it a more salient issue and can provide...
Even when there is violence. I was about to bring up Hitler's brown shirts because they were doing this. This is the exact playbook of the Hitler brown shirts. They did exactly the same thing.
By greater pressure on.
And you guys do know why they're doing it, right? You guys do know why they're doing this. What do you think happened in 2020? Americans in 2020, a lot of them were voting for Biden because all they wanted was peace back. They were sick and tired of the protests. They were sick and tired of their cities being burnt to the ground. And so they were basically voting for Biden, going, just stop burning things. It's fine. You can have Biden. Screw Trump. Just stop burning things. And that's literally what the left is doing now. They're basically running it back. We'll just continue burning things. We'll continue destroying things until such time that Americans just give us what we want.
Oh,
that's the whole point here. Jules, by the way, 10 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Paul Benjamin covered the book, Rules for Radicals, that covers the same system of revolution. I'm not surprised. The guy I watched showed how the LA riots are a Russian psyop to destabilize the state and then country. A lot of the protests are funded by communist groups. Well, yeah, but communist groups are at the core of... Like, communism is the biggest problem in the West.
Elected officials and candidates. So being able to place extraordinary pressure on these officials, nominating your own candidates can prove to be highly successful. What we know in political science is protest matters. And actually, when we see destruction of buildings, when we see violence, either by police or either by protesters themselves, we actually see greater response by elected officials. And when we see the sustained effort, so even over this 10-day period of time, that's an extraordinary...
You see, here's the problem. There are very powerful people currently sort of organizing and orchestrating these protests and taking a lot of very angry young people and sort of egging them on, you know, completely abusing their mental states. What these people don't realize is the dog will eventually turn around and bite its master. These very people are eventually going to be destroyed by these groups that they gave power to. Either that, or once these people have taken power, they will eradicate these groups.
Feet. And so when we see this sustained effort, we see elected officials feeling more and more pressure. And while it certainly takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, what we do know is that elected officials do respond to pressure, right? If they feel their electoral livelihood is based upon this, they will respond. And we've seen...
All I need from Trump is to not back down. Like, Trump needs to give the left hell. Direct action and ethnography. The green block is the more artistic... Wait. The green block is the more artistic, festive style of demo, where there is no risk of having to defend themselves. The yellow block is obstructive. This is a classic nonviolent civil disobedience. It is defensive nonviolent blockades or attempts to occupy ground, for example, which involve a definite risk of arrest. The red block is disruptive. This is the disturbance block, which will try to disrupt the summit, where participants should be aware of a high risk of repression and arrest. We are expecting creative, diverse styles of disruptive action here. Nonviolent occupation, interesting. He can't back down after fight. Z Vengeance, no, you're absolutely correct, but I want Trump to step it up. At some point, one has to realize that before we continue, this is their response. Now, just to be clear, they said that's a lie because people are having their cases dismissed when they show up for attendance and then are immediately arrested and deported. So for doing it the legal way, they are being targeted for the color of their skin. It's always been about race, not status. I then asked, where is your evidence of this? The reply, as you might imagine, there are news reports all over the internet showing people going to attend their immigration meetings and having their cases dismissed when they arrive and then being stormed by ICE in the parking lot. Use Google. Okay. Here we go again. current mayor of LA and previous mayor were both members of the Vince or Moss Brigade. What the hell is the Vince or Moss Brigade? Hate this type of arguing. Just look at the news, bro. CNN told me so, therefore it is the truth. Well, in this instance, the guy isn't even correct, right? Because the whole point here comes from this Al Bailey saying, so you're actively deporting brown people, even if they have legally applied for sanctuary, you're importing white people, but America isn't racist. And so I said, no one who applied for refugee status is being deported from the US, mate. This guy says that's a lie because people are having their cases dismissed, which is not what happens, right? The thing that he's referring to here that I should check the news for is people who were arrested under the Biden administration, right? And then they were given court cases. Rather than being deported, which is what should naturally happen, they're given court cases where the courts now have to decide whether or not they can go home. Because of Trump's executive order, the courts can now just dismiss these cases and be like, well, you've broken the law. According to the law of the land, you being here illegally is grounds for dismissal, and then you're removed, right? So that's what this guy is referring to. And by the way, I don't even think it's happened that often. I think it's happened once or twice, and it's all completely legal. But this guy is making it sound like this is what the Trump administration is doing to people who are trying to come into the country legally, which is not what the Trump administration is doing. No matter if I understand or back the issue, that comes to abrupt end as soon as physical attacks and property damage starts. Jules, I fundamentally agree with you, right? But remember, for the left, it's property damage and making the country ungovernable is the plan. It's the whole point. Right? Like, it's not an unnecessary Bonnie Simon. Oh, this guy is South African, actually. Wow, I didn't think Bonnie Simon would actually be based. What a great meme. Yep, that was Run. Catch you later. Run, take care of yourself, sir. Thanks so much for hanging out. I think all immigration, illegal or legal, should stop in the USA for at least 20 years. Ice Darkness, I don't agree, because I think legal immigration can actually be super good, right? Legal immigration, there's nothing wrong with it. And here's the thing. Legal immigration, and the reason legal immigration is super important, is to shore up critical skills. See, the reason countries require immigration is, out of your entire country, a lot of people might become doctors, a lot of people might become lawyers, a lot of people might want to become farmers or farmhands, but not everyone wants to become doctors, not everyone wants to become lawyers, not everyone wants to become accountants. So all countries everywhere will have certain shortages of certain positions, certain things that they require. And this is where legal immigration is super good at getting those people into your country that have the skills that you don't currently have or that you currently lack. So I don't think you should ever stop legal immigration because it is a fundamentally good tool. But I do think America should put a full stop on all illegal immigration. Right? That shit needs to stop immediately. Because it's illegal immigration that causes the problem, not legal. Because remember, with legal immigration, you're not getting people into the country that is going to sit at home and do nothing. Right? Most legal immigration is bringing in people who already have a job. Because that, by the way, is how it works for the US. If I want to apply for immigration into the US, I must already have a job offer from a company in the US, and what is more, that company needs to be able to prove that they looked for someone else in the US to do that job, but they couldn't find anyone in the US to do that job. And so I became the natural choice. So there's already very difficult to get into the US. over my lifetime, I have seen immigration only make the country worse. No one speaks the same language. There is no communication, no understanding, and no skills. Our country is falling. Yeah, but Heist Darkness, if the country removes all of the illegal immigrants and it only sticks to legal immigrants, you're talking about a fraction of the people that used to come in, right? Like a fraction. And the other thing that you have to remember is most people who are legally moving to the US are moving to the US because they actually want to live in the US, right? People who come in illegally tend to want to come in for financial reasons. They tend to want to come in because, well, you know, it's easier than being home. Whereas legal immigration is very expensive. It's super expensive. And so the only people that's going to do it is people who genuinely want to live in the US. They love the US. I spoke to a guy a few years ago who lives in the US from South Africa, South African guy. He's married now to a United States woman and, to an American woman. He has the American flag outside his house. Like, he's one of those people. He sent me a picture. He was so proud the day that he put the American flag on his sort of porch thing. He has the American flag out. He supports, I can't remember what football team it was. I think it's the Falcons that he supports. He watches American football. Does American, right? He's American. He's completely adopted the American lifestyle because that's why he moved to America, because he wanted to be American. His wife isn't super hot, at least not in my opinion, but he loves her, so it's good. Are not assimilating anymore. Even people who are legal in Florida, there are so many Albanians that don't speak English and don't respect our country. But Heist Darkness, that is something that America needs to deal with, to force assimilation. But I don't necessarily think you need to stop legal immigration. I think you need to cut down on legal immigration. Like, only take what is absolutely required and nothing more. Right, but a full moratorium on it, I think that would be going too far. The idea forced Greta to watch a 48-minute film of October 7 attacks. Wait, really? They made her watch it. Dude, I don't think Greta Thunberg would give a shit. I think you'd be wasting your time trying to show it to her. Craziest claim she was kidnapped. Well, I just want to point this out. And I realize how wrong this is to say. But screw Israel. Israel could have, and I'm not saying, but accidents happen, boys. Certain problems throughout the world could have been taken care of. With like an accidental click of a button. That's all I'm saying, right? I'm just saying. A lot of problems could have been solved. How dare you? My apologies, guys. That is too far. I know it's too far. Just saying, though. Just accidental nudge of the mouse. Oh, damn. Oh. Yeah, you know, that would have been cool, I think. They didn't. They tried to, but they refused to see the video. Of course, she wouldn't watch the video, because remember, the people who hate Israel don't hate Israel on principle. They hate Israel because they have to hate Israel. That's just how it is. The H-1B1 visas, they told us these people have important skills when the majority of them are cashiers getting paid $2 an hour. Yeah, but Heist Darkness, you're still pointing out the bad stuff about the American immigration system. I'm fully on board that American immigration needs to be completely overhauled and fixed. I agree with you. What I'm arguing against is your idea that immigration should be stopped entirely. No immigrants whatsoever. I'm saying that's the bad idea. Thus far, all of the problems that you're highlighting are problems that can be solved by just fixing the immigration system. Sea Vengeance, what's the W? The Freedom Flotilla was attacked during the night. The ship was rammed, boarded, and the 12 volunteers kidnapped. This is more reprehensible behavior from the genocidal regime in Tel Aviv. I thought you were on this boat, Liamo. What happened? You forgot your goggles? You get seasick of the gargle? Bottler? Didn't know you could read and write, Connor. Thought you used your hands to tap out. Wow. Dude, imagine if Connor just kicked this guy right in the teeth. I still think it'd be funnier Chad move to have the modern Crusader state of Jerusalem. Don't you think we should stop all immigration for 20 years so we have time to fix it? But Ice Darkness, you can fix it while still taking in crucial skill immigrants. Like, I agree, you should fix you should fix the current assimilation problems. But I'm arguing you can fix that whilst still allowing for people who actually want... Because remember, people who actually want to live in the US are going to help with that. Because they actually want to live in the US, right? So they're going to help you with that. I would just say cut down heavily, but not necessarily cut out. If that was kidnapping, then I'm hopping on the next boat to Israel. You want to live in Israel, Evie? I mean, I would like to see that October 7th film. I've heard from people that it's an absolute banger. I've heard from people that watching that film will show you why Israel has to wipe Hamas off the face of the earth. But for some reason, Israel won't show the film. I just want to be clear. I'm not taking sides in that particular conflict. I don't live in the Middle East. I've never been to Israel. I've also never been to Gaza. I don't plan on going there anytime soon. Just by the way, guys, I'm not planning on going on any freedom flotillas or whatever. So whatever happens in the Middle East is of very little concern to me. Very little. Couldn't care less. Whites are only 57% of the population now. Do you think once we become the minority race, people will be graceful to use like we were to them? High Darkness, I cannot answer that. Because it's going to depend on how people react towards you, how people feel about you. I don't know. Let me just check something here. No mercy once they do. Oh, that is true. But I think there's far more people in the US of minorities that don't care. Like, they don't hate white people. So you look at this, for example, you have white people making up 58.2%, with approximately 193 million people. Then you have Hispanic of any race, 19.5. I would argue that the overwhelming majority of Hispanic people, and this, by the way, there was an actual study or polling that was done in like 2018 that showed that more than half of all Hispanics view themselves as white, not really as Hispanic, especially second and third generation Hispanics. Those kids view themselves basically as white. They don't really view themselves as Hispanic. So that should just be pointed out there as well. Black or African American, 12%. I would again say that I think the majority are, I think overwhelmingly, the majority of human beings just want to live and be left alone to live their lives. Fundamentally. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know if I would say. I would definitely say this is a problem, right? The nearly doubled needs to be looked into to figure out how did that happen and to get that under control. But yeah, I don't know, really. Just don't get why white people should always have to give up our countries. I start because I don't think anyone's making that argument, right? I don't think anyone's making that argument. Hispanic are not just an ethnic group, it is a culture as well. Yeah, but I mean, I think the point here is just that second and third. So if you get proper assimilation into a country, the kids of the parents that moved to the country are not going to be as culturally sort of like their parents. They're going to be more like Americans, and their kids are going to be American. They're not going to give a crap about any of this other stuff. It's a nation that, for better or worse, does not find out and F around at a base level when it comes to security. True. People that brag. Liam Cunningham, who played the Onion Knight in Game of Thrones. I have no idea. The UK is Mohammed. There are huge portions of London where no one speaks English anymore. Ice Darkness, but that's a UK problem specifically, and the UK is pretty cooked, right? No one's making an argument that the UK isn't cooked. I think the UK has had a problem for much, much longer than what America has had a problem for, and I don't think that can be fixed. Dude, I'm actually legitimately having a conversation with someone. I'll just share it because it's too brain dead. So, I asked, I can't believe the ladies don't want to watch, don't want to show up for their own movies. What on earth could be causing this? And then Blue Jin said, people don't have money for movies. Too expensive to take your family in this economy. I then sort of asked, they do go and see other movies though. So is there maybe another reason you can think of? Blue Jin again responds and says, you have to choose between what your kids, grandkids want to see over what you prefer because you don't have money for both. There could be several reasons of which have nothing to do with partisan politics. So I ask once again, but then why do all these female superhero films and female girl boss movies fail? Is there some reason for this or is it all just economic? Dude, how do you argue with someone this brain dead? This is a person that sat down, wrote that message, and then said, let's do this. Good luck, I'd say. Just not woke. Okay. Well, yeah. According to Blue Jin here, it can literally be anything, but it has nothing to do with woke politics. It's not brain dead, bro. It's bad faith arguments. True. You can't. I'm starting to think to just let it all play out and then let it die. She literally admitted kids want to see the non-woman movie. The kids can tell what's worse. Yeah. Out of the mouth of babes, bro. Out of the mouth of babes. Boys. If for nothing else, the world is getting interesting. If for nothing else, the world is getting interesting. I don't know if like bad things are coming. I don't think it is. But it is interesting. We're almost at pre-pandemic levels. No money for movies? Massey, what are you linking me? Consumer expenditure on admissions to motion picture theaters in the United States from 1999 to 20... Oh, right. So we're almost back to where it was before. Thinking traumatized myself and watched that 28 years later one in the movie theaters. Wait, I don't think that's going to be traumatic. Because 28 Days Later was a phenomenal film. Like, such a good film. 28 Weeks Later wasn't that good, but it was still good. I think 28 months later or years later is actually going to be good. Yeah, I'm not a fan of horror either, but those movies aren't necessarily as scary. There are way more white deaths in America by black than in South Africa. Why do you think Trump doesn't talk about this? I start because I think it has to do with GDP, right? Per capita, right? So how many white people are killed by black people in relation to the population? Because it kind of makes sense in a country where white people are the majority. More white people will just be murdered overall. Now, I'm not sitting here dismissing the fact that America is in trouble and that something has to be done and that America requires leaders that take the concerns of the majority seriously. I'm not suggesting that that isn't required and that isn't happening, right? Like, not at all. I do think that sometimes people have the tendency to become radical in their own defense, or almost they become radical in their own belief to the point where they're not necessarily looking at the problem rationally. Instead, they're sort of, they're acting from a very fundamentalist position rather than being pragmatic about the problem. Boxford, how you doing, bro? I don't think that was his point, though, Box. I don't think he was sort of against the white farmer problem. He's just saying Trump should be speaking about the murder of white people in America as well. In less than 10 years, America will no longer be a white country. I think we should fight for our home. But Highest Darkness, that you're assuming... Remember, Trump is taking action. He wants to deport millions of illegals from America. If Trump is successful, white people will probably go back to being 65 to 70% of the population in America. If Trump is successful at removing all of the illegal immigrants, like 28 days later, begin with some clueless activists released test animals. That was very realistic. Activists could definitely start a plague by being idiots. True. Sorry, Akon, but you are wrong. In CA, second and third gen Mexicans often identify as Mexican, hence all the Mexican flags in LA. Balsar, just to be clear, Mexicans in LA are not indicative of all Hispanic people throughout all of America, right? I think pointing to California as your use case and saying, well, see, this is what happens in California, therefore it's happening in the rest of the US, would be ignoring all of the severe problems that California has. For one, California is one of the states that celebrates diversity more than any other state. In other words, California doesn't even try to assimilate people. California tells people, come here and then just live as if you lived in your own country, and we will adapt to your way of life. So California is inviting this. But there are plenty of states where that's not how it works. Right? There's plenty of states where when you move there, you have to assimilate. You have to become part of what that state is. I'll give you a great example, right? America is currently taking in refugees from South Africa, right? White refugees from South Africa. Regardless of how you feel about it, whether you agree or not agree, I don't care. But that's what America is doing. The way it's being done is you get to apply. So you go on the website, I'm assuming, and you fill out a thing, and then you get called and you go to a meeting, and then the American government flies you to America. You have no choice once you get there as to where you want to stay. No choice. The American government places you in a state and you have to stay there for a minimum of 3 years. You have to stay in that state. You're forced to get a job immediately, which I'm happy to and kind of proud to announce that of the 59 South Africans that moved to the US on the first trip, all 59 of them are now fully employed. They even bought a car. I'm following a couple of them on X. So all 59 of them are fully employed. They bought a car. It actually, and this I should tip my hat to Americans, it was Americans that sold them the car at a massive discount just so that they can get to and from work. So they're carpooling in order to get to their work and their jobs and stuff. So there is a sense where America is forcing assimilation, right? And once that happens, people will assimilate very, very quickly. But California would not be a good example of, oh, look, since it happened in California, it must be happening everywhere, right? He's wrong in Texas, where we have half the state that is from Mexico. They don't consider themselves Mexican. They consider themselves US or Texans. Andres, you make a very good point. I know a Mexican dude that's from Florida, right, that actually gets, not offended, but he gets annoyed when people call him Mexican. Because he goes, I'm American. I speak English. I'm American. Right? He doesn't want to be called Mexican because he's not from Mexico. He's from America. He was born in America. So I would say in most of the states in America, except for California and maybe New York, you'll find that most people are not unhinged pieces of shit. So California, like Sweden then, we do not want to be invaded, but our political leaders do not care. Michael, pretty much, yes. Hi, Starkus. I read your message the first time. It's important to know these things tend to start slow. I have a feeling it's going to speed up a lot. And I also have a feeling that you will eventually see a lot of immigrants leave on their own. I think right now what you have is a ton of immigrants thinking, oh, it won't happen to us. We might be safe. I think in about 2 or 3 months from now, when these immigrants finally realize that ICE isn't stopping, the raids are not stopping, you might have a lot of immigrants that sort of just give themselves over and go, yeah, okay, fine. I'm here illegally. I'm not going to fight you. It will speed up, I think. In Mexico is a third world country. The United States is a collective of habitable servers. They need to tie welfare to citizens too. Just a quiet place. 100% agree. I do not believe that you should be eligible for any handouts from another country unless you are a citizen of that country. And perhaps most importantly, unless you have paid your own taxes for a minimum of 15 years. You must have paid taxes for 15 years minimum, and you must be a citizen of that nation. Otherwise, no handouts, no free shit, nothing. If you lose your job, it's on you. But you have to figure that shit out, because the nation is not responsible for keeping you safe. The nation is not responsible for taking care of you. You're supposed to be contributing to that nation. So start contributing. I fully agree with you. I don't think Americans should be taking care of illegals. I think that's nonsense. And that'll probably another reason why a lot of illegals will eventually just give in and sort of go, okay, fine, it's okay. will just leave because they'll realize the perks are drying up. Beef and Beans, how you doing, bro? Will not make itself fair. Have you ever seen the Gumball immigration video? No. Meeks, how you doing? Most countries do have that. The usual only exception is refugees. Meeks, I know from, at least from what I've heard about the refugees from South Africa that's going to the US, they're definitely not getting everything for free. From what I've heard, they were sort of helped to find jobs, and now that they have jobs, they're taking care of themselves. Because that's the whole point, right? America has done its duty. They've helped these people to get out of the country. Now you have to, go live the American dream. So I would say even for refugees, the host nation should not be asked to go above and beyond what is absolutely required. Because I don't think that's fair. If you're from America, if you're an American and you're taking care of South African refugees, helping them get out of the country, once those refugees arrive in America, America has done its job, right? You've done your job. You've done what was required. These people are no longer in danger. From there, I don't think you should then be expected to do even more. Oh, I think I know which one this is. Oh, yeah, I know this video. Yeah, I know this video. Of the guy basically showing how America taking in the world's immigrants will never solve poverty in the world. Yeah, I remember watching this video. It's very good. It's very on point, actually. There is always a capacity limitations in any country. Capacity. What do you mean? By the way, Meeks, how are you doing? I voted for Trump 3 times, but I don't think he's going to be able to save the country from the cultural hatred against whites, both his first term as well as this one. No one can save a country from the cultural hate. That will have to be eradicated. And that's not the job of the president. I won't say too much, but I will say this. In every other period of history where you had this level of division and hatred, it was solved usually with only one way. I'll just say that. It's a refugee assistance program. To clarify, it's nothing like our actual aid programs. The overwhelming drag on the system is legal children to illegal parents that provide benefits to the parents for being citizens. And on top of that, the generations that they are on the program. There was a huge study done on it that gathered country of origin demos, demographics for those on benefit in the US. Oh, Meeks, I can imagine it was insane. If otherwise had to stay where they were, they would become the agents of change. But instead, they flee and leave their countrymen behind. Before the tipping point where the economy, the purge, why do presidents always acknowledge every other race except whites? I think genuinely, I don't give a shit. I don't want my president to acknowledge me as a white person. I couldn't give 2 shits, right? I am a white guy. I don't mind it. I'm pretty happy with being white. I love my blonde hair. I love my blue eyes. I don't give a crap about anything, right? My president doesn't have to acknowledge it. As long as my president isn't making it harder for me to live as a white person, my president never even has to talk about me. In fact, it would probably be better if my president didn't speak about me. Just don't do shit to disrupt my life. And I think on that front, looking at how Trump is running the country, he's not making it harder for white people to live and exist and to do business and to thrive, right? He's making it easier for white people to live and exist and thrive. So too for every other race. But I do think, and it should be mentioned, in the current landscape of the world, if a president were to say, bring up white people, this would cause unnecessary problems because the media will have a meltdown, the leftists will have a meltdown, they'll call him literally Nazis, literally Hitler, they'll try to, do another impeachment. And for what? What is it that he's actually gaining from it? Instead of just running the country well and allowing people to take care of themselves, which is all you really want from a president, right? Mexicans, by and large, are the largest and longest recipients of taxpayer-funded aid, food stamps, housing, and Medicaid, followed by Native African Americans, Native being citizen. Meeks, is that real? So Mexicans are the largest recipients of taxpayer-funded aid in America. That's insane. But they call him that anyway, so who cares? Highest darkness, but what would be to gain? Like, does it really bother you that he doesn't say it? I'll DM you the graphs from the study. Please, Meeks. Long time ago, CA was a state for new opportunities to live a better life. My grandpa's side of the family were from Alabama, sharecroppers, and they moved to California, but now California is not for true Americans. Assassin, you're not wrong. I find it super interesting that not that long ago, California was actually a purple state. Not that long ago, California was a purple state. Mexicans work harder than anyone. That's crap. Of course, that's bullshit. There's no such thing. No one, please. Everyone has lazy people and everyone has hardworking people. It's absolute nonsense that Mexicans work harder than anyone. Who cares? If that makes sense to me. It all coincides with smartphones and social media and apps. I think it does say a lot when a leader addresses everyone except the main people who voted for them. Yes, it does bother me quite a bit. But high darkness, why? He's not said anything against you. He's not even necessarily talking about any other group of people. And he's not talking about black people or Mexican people or Hispanic people or anything like that. Trump is talking about policies, talking about how the world sees America. If anything, the thing that I praise Trump for the most is the fact that he rarely, if ever, brings in race. He doesn't mention race. When Trump speaks, he speaks of America, which is sort of, I think, what the point is, no? By division and races, the problem we didn't have. I should just mention, right? I don't care about races. Races don't bother me. You're black, you're brown, you're white. I couldn't give two shits. As far as I'm concerned, your race is the least interesting thing about you. Followed very closely by your sexuality, which may actually be even less interesting. Because at least when you tell me you're black, I know who to look for in a crowd. When you tell me you're gay, unless it's a crowd of people sucking dicks, I don't know what that information will help me with, right? So I cannot think of anything that's less interesting than your race and your sexuality. So I don't really care. As long as presidents don't lift up one group over another and just sort of treat everyone equally, I couldn't care less. Such a good video. It is a good video. I've already watched it. Do you guys want to watch this video? You want to watch the Gumball video? Is there anyone here that hasn't seen the Gumball video yet that wants to be educated on it? All right, fine.
Some people say that mass immigration into the United States can help reduce world poverty.
Yeah.
Is that true? Well, no, it's not. And let me
It's not some people. It's Democrats that say that. It's leftists that say that. It's the retarded community that's saying that, not people. We just need to be very clear on this.
Show you why. This gumball represents the 1 million legal immigrants that the United States has taken every year on average since 1990. Now, who in the world deserves our humanitarian compassion? The World Bank has one measure of the desperately poor of the world. They make less than $2 a day.
Ooh, that's...
And how many people make less than $2 a day in the world? Well, let's start with Africa. In Africa alone, there are 650 million people who make less than $2 a day. 650 million. And in India, another 890 million people, desperately poor. China adds another 480 million people, making less than $2 a day. And unfortunately, the rest of Asia has a heartbreaking 810 million people who the World Bank says make less than $2 a day. And finally, there's 105 million of Latin America's population.
This video is 14 years ago. This particular video is 14 years ago, but not much, I think, has changed in that time, if I'm very honest with you.
That are desperately poor. All told, the World Bank says there are 3 billion people in the world. 3 billion people who are desperately poor, making less than $2 a day. That's 3,000 gumballs. And every year, we take 1 million and suggest that we've somehow made a humanitarian difference.
Yeah, 100%.
Of course,
look at us.
We don't pull our immigrants from these desperately poor populations, do we? These people are too poor, too sick, too disconnected to make it here as immigrants. We tend to pull our immigrants out of the better off poor of the world. And Mexico tends to define the type of immigrant that we bring here because the plurality of people come from Mexico. And Mexico is poor. How many people in the world live in countries that have average incomes lower than that of Mexico? And the World Bank tells us that that number is these 3 billion plus another 2.6 billion people.
That's rough.
5.6 billion people in the world who live in countries
that's rough.
That's 5,600 gumballs. And so what is it that the elites are telling us? They're telling us that when we take this 1 million immigrants, that we somehow or another are tackling world poverty. And we have to do it regardless of the effect on our unemployed, the working poor, the most vulnerable members of our society, regardless of the effect on our natural resources. Even if we went by the most radical proposals in Washington, which are to actually double our immigration to 2 million a year, which would totally overwhelm our physical, natural, and social infrastructures.
See, the problem is when you take that many people into your country, even at just 1 million, the effort required to actually assimilate these people. Now, there are countries from which you can draw where it becomes easier to assimilate people. So, for example, if the US were bringing in British immigrants, probably not a problem, right? Or if America was bringing in, for example, even European immigrants, probably not that big of a problem. Asian immigrants, so from Korea or from Japan, or even to some extent from China, probably not that big of an issue because culturally, there's enough there to sort of immigrate easy enough. But that's not where the left wants to bring in these immigrants. The left wants to go to places like the Middle East. They want to go to places like South America. They want to go to places like Africa. Countries with significantly different cultures to that found in America, which just makes assimilation much harder, right? Like you're literally slowing assimilation down significantly.
We couldn't make a noticeable difference. And we may be really hurting the impoverished people of the world.
Yep.
Because the million that we do take are among the most energetic, often
educated,
the better educated.
Yep.
Certainly the most dissatisfied people that if they did not immigrate would be the agents for change.
Yep.
To improve the lot of all the people in these countries.
That is actually one of the arguments that I've been making because I made a video. Was this yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. I think yesterday. I made a video where I told South Africans to stop voting for the Democratic Party, the Democratic Alliance, and a lot of people pointed out, well, how dare you say that? Can you imagine where the country is going to be if we're voting for, if we're not voting for the DA and then the ANC just keeps winning? And my argument is always this. At some point, the world has to take its medicine, right? At some point, South Africa has to take its medicine. The issue is that as long as people feel like there may be hope, this is actually, oh, wow. Okay, we're going to go so deep now. This is one of the reasons I don't believe in democracy. One of the reasons I think democracy is one of the most evil systems to have ever been invented is exactly this problem. If you and I lived under a monarchy and the kings of our countries acted even remotely the way that the European Union acts, the way that your leaders in Europe act, civil war would already have happened. You would have already killed your king. Democracy gives the people sort of like, it's almost like it lulls the people into a false sense of, oh, we can just vote for someone else later. So it allows for leaders to be super corrupt and super evil for much, much longer. They don't have to take the medicine. They don't have to pick up their guns and go kill the corrupt leaders because the corrupt leaders are destroying their nation because they think, well, we'll just vote for someone else next time. And the leaders, of course, tell us, go out and vote. Your vote matters. When in reality, your vote doesn't matter. Your vote is going to make no real difference or change. Think about the last time you voted where that vote even mattered in any meaningful way. But it's a nice way of placating the society, allowing for leaders to be super mega corrupt and the people to just sort of go, is what it is. Kings need to keep the aristocrats underneath them on the payroll or else they will be facing rebellions all the time. Massey, not just that. If you think about a king, what is the only thing that can destroy a king's rule? An unhappy population. That's it. Remember, the king is king by birth. The king doesn't have to do anything special to be king. The king doesn't have to, bribe or be bribed or buy votes. The king is just the king, right? He doesn't have to give a shit about anything else. So it's for a king, the only threat to his throne is an unhappy population. As long as the population is happy, the throne is safe. Whereas that's not the problem for presidents. Right? Presidents need to buy votes. They need to get influence. And so corruption, bribery, all sorts of problems stem from that. Democracy in today is a bunch of subconscious revolutions unconnected from real power politics. Not wrong. King is just another word for a dictator, just better at it. Massey, but that's technically not true. Because if we look throughout history at the reign of kings, there were four. I'll give you guys this. Before I go, can I just quickly ask, how many of you think democracy is better than monarchy? How many of you think that democracy is better than monarchy? Massey, yeah, but we're talking about internal threats now. We're not talking because even under democracy, an external land wanting to take their land is a threat. We're just talking about internally. I have no idea. I don't know how that would work in the US. Are you seriously going to spit apologetics for the Age of Kings? Mason, yes, I am seriously going to spit apologetics for the Age of Kings. I am a monarchist. I am. I'm a monarchist. I used to be an anarchist. Then I moved to libertarianism. And now I actually fundamentally believe that monarchy is the only system. that can work. And I'll tell you why. Monarchies have existed for as long as humanity has been around. We know that monarchies existed since the Sumerian days. And for more than 6,000 years, at least the known history that we have, monarchies have existed happily. Not all at once. You sometimes had monarchies that were on the rise. You had monarchies on the decline. You had monarchies that sort of went through one or the other. But monarchy as a system continued to exist happily throughout the ages. Democracy is less than 200 years old, and every single nation on earth is on the verge of destroying itself. In less than 200 years. In less than 200 years, democracy has led to a point where every single nation is on the verge of ripping itself apart. Every single nation across the board. This never happened in monarchies. In a monarchy, in the monarchistic system, you may have one monarchy that's about to rip itself apart, but then you have a bunch of others that's doing just fine. Like they're happily going. If you actually go into the history books and you look at monarchs, you look at kings, you find that the overwhelming majority of kings were far better than people think. Most kings were fundamentally good. They weren't bad guys. They weren't evil. That's why the stories of the truly bad kings become movies and books. Because there's few of them. But when they're bad, they're really bad. But what usually happens with bad kings is they get killed relatively quickly by the very people that put them in power or that kept them in power. Right? So, yeah, I would say there's a good argument to be made that monarchy is a better system than democracy. There were orders of magnitude more people, more poor people when there was a monarchy. Yeah, but Snivels, what you're referring to is not connected. There were fundamentally less technology. And because there were fundamentally less technology, the ability for us to cooperate or to create at the level required in order to create wealth was fundamentally more limited. Most of the technology we had was sort of only to help ourselves and nothing else. So I don't think those two equate. I don't think just because monarchies oversaw some of the poorest people in the world, it automatically meant that it was the monarchies that caused it. Like, do we just say, poof, Trump is king? No, I'm not even beginning to think that. You know my position on it. We've been through this before. I actually propose a system called democratic monarchy, where the people vote for the king, but once the king is king, that's for life. The only way the king can be replaced is through an official petition that the people say you need 1 million or 2 million signatures to the petition. That petition then goes to Congress. Congress then investigates the petition to make sure that it's not some scaly organized deal by some NGOs somewhere. If that passes, it goes to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court gets to look at it, and then it goes to the Senate, where the Senate will then officially pass it. If it holds up to the Constitution, because you will have a Constitution even under the monarch, and the only way you can really replace it is if you can prove that the king lied. So the king promised that he will create 5 million jobs, but the king didn't create any jobs. In fact, the king lost 10,000 jobs, right? Then the people can force a new presidency. But provided that the king is doing his job and actually giving the people, running the country well, the king remains the king. And, you know, that's just how it is. And no elections is required because the king is doing what the people want. I'm not Metzen, so the democracy part of it is purely because I don't think many people would go for a full-blown monarchy. So it's called adapting the system. But no, I would actually be for full-blown monarchy. No voting, no nothing. someone becomes king and their bloodline is now king, and you have your rulers and whatever. That would be the system that I would say is probably the better one. I believe the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 during World War II is when people... World War II it was quite a bit later, but okay, is when people need to go through the process of being American citizens. Even today's people need to go through the process. What was the process? Mason, I want you to keep in mind one thing. And I'm not going to try and change your mind, but I want you, when it's quiet and you're not worked up or anything, think about the following thing. Everything you know about monarchies is shaped and told to you by the people that won the Enlightenment. Just keep that in mind. The information that you have on monarchies are not unbiased. They don't come from some unbiased fountain of information. They're presented to you by people who have a very clear bias to present a very clear opinion. And that's all I say. But how do they become king? Do they storm the castle and take it over and hope that people let them? I don't see a way other than voting. Saving Civil War. Winner takes it all. That's how it used to be. You may as well just do it again. The unbiased, then you have no way of knowing how life really was in a monarchy, though. Snivels, well, you do have ways of knowing how life was because you have writings of peasants back in the day. You have people writing about how the peasants were back in the day. I'm talking about if you go to school, right? Or if you did go to school. Your history books told you about the age of kings. Those history books were not unbiased. They weren't just trying to give you a genuine look at what the age of kings was like. Right? They were trying to tell you to believe something for a specific reason. Your job is to look at things critically. You look at things critically by examining your own bias, understanding the bias of the person that wrote whatever it is you're reading, and then looking at more information. And then, once you've done all of that, to try and put stuff together. And say, okay, so now I can sort of build a bigger or a better picture here.
The true heroes in the global humanitarian field are the people in these countries who have the wherewithal to immigrate to another country, but instead stay in their countries, to apply their skills to help their fellow countrymen. Unfortunately, our immigration system tends to entice these very type of people to abandon their countrymen. The impossibility of making even a dent is actually worse than it looks here. Because last year, when we took 1 million immigrants, these countries added births over deaths, 80 million more people into the impoverished population.
Holy crap.
And this year, Congress is bringing in 1 million legal immigrants. And this year, according to the United Nations, these countries are expected to add another 80 million people. And next year, you can be quite sure that Congress, unless stopped by the American voters, will bring in another 1 million immigrants. And these countries, unfortunately, will be adding another 80 million people into these impoverished nations. We could take 5 million a year, but we'd never get ahead of what's happening in these countries. Not in this century. Don't you see?
Dude,
immigration.
Those people just sitting there going, what? But how? And when you really think about it, sure, the guy is using visual aid, but this is basic logic. I think I was maybe 17 or 18 when I understood this logic. Like, this is not supposed to be hard. You're not actually supposed to sit your mouth open like, what? It's supposed to be fairly logical. But how is there a developmental line when others ran their countries? Caleb, what do you mean? Who should rule if no one who wants to should be allowed? Yeah, having the leader outside the universe, someone who doesn't entirely believe in the people, brings him the gifts in order to sign things. He doesn't care. Oh, is that? I'm not sure what you mean.
Can never be an effective or significant way to deal with the suffering people of the world. They have to be helped where they live.
Assassin, I agree with that.
99% of them will never be able to immigrate to a rich country. There's no hope for that. They have to bloom where they're planted. The only place that 99.9% of these people can be helped is where they live. Let's help them there.
This specific video should be mandatory in every American school. Mandatory. Every single American student has to watch this before they're allowed to leave school. Because it's actually weird that this even needs to be said. I don't know. How can anyone argue against this? Grumpy, you'd be surprised how stupid leftists can be, man. You'll be surprised what they can actually argue against. Well, Meeks, that is a lot of stuff that you just linked me. I'm trying to open all of it. All right. Where are we? Here we are. All right. So what do we have here? US-born headed households, all immigrant-headed households, and non-citizen headed households. Any welfare. You have 39% of all American or US-born headed households. 39% of them are on some kind of welfare. 54% of all immigrant households and non-citizen headed households. 59%. In terms of cash, 22 to 16. Food, Medicaid, and then housing. Okay. Welfare used by immigrants. Welfare used by immigrants and the US-born. So this is where these charts come from. What is this one? Wait, maybe, yeah, this would be easier. Let's go with this. Okay, so we have here welfare used by nativity of household head and structure of household. Programs any welfare, US-born households, 39%, immigrant, non-immigrant, cash, food, Medicaid. Leftist logic doesn't usually have logic at all. True. Nuclear family only households. So US-born is on any welfare 35.5, immigrant households on 48.8, and non-citizen households at 53.9. That's any welfare. No US-born adults in household. Dude, this is insane. Look at these numbers. Illegal headed households. Oh, shit. So illegals, this is people where the head of the house is illegal. 60% of illegal households in America are on welfare. %48 receives food, 39% Medicaid, 4% receive housing. This is not sustainable. Yeah, this isn't sustainable. No. America, you need to wake the hell up. You cannot solve the world's problems. And you're going to kill yourself if you continue to try. Galactic Heroes, the anime explores a monarchy and a space-faring future. You would find it very interesting. Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I'll check it out. It's not. Non-citizens' use of aid services now outpaces the taxes they pay into the system by almost 2 billion. But Meeks, this is exactly one of the most brain-dead things I have ever seen. One of the most brain-dead arguments I have ever heard is from people saying, oh, we need immigrants because the healthcare system. So in the UK, for example, they say, we need immigrants because the immigrants work in the NHS. And it's like, hold up. So does 100% of immigrants work in the NHS? Or is it only some of them? Because last time I checked, immigrants get sick too. Immigrants require healthcare too. So if you're taking in millions of immigrants and only 1% of them goes into the NHS, who the hell is taking care of the millions that's now getting sick? Because they're now also a burden on the already struggling. So if the argument is we need more immigrants because immigrants sometimes work in healthcare, then we basically need an endless stream of immigrants, never ending, because we're never going to have enough people in healthcare, right? To actually take care of all these new millions of people that is also getting sick. So it's like the stupidest argument ever. Not illegal immigrants work in the hospitals here. Those are legal immigrants and usually from Asia or the Middle East right now in the US. Meeks, no, I fully understand. I'm talking about Europe or the UK here. I always wonder if the percentage increase in UK immigrants also translates to the percentage of them going into the NHS stuff. I don't think it does, Mason. I think there's far more immigrants into the UK than immigrants that actually go into the NHS. I think in America's case, it's sort of this America's argument, or at least that of the left, is multiculturalism is beautiful, right? And my argument there is always, well, how many Mexican restaurants do you need? Because if there's one Mexican restaurant, what's the other million doing? You only need the one. And not all of them are opening restaurants. Not all of them are. So why do you need an endless stream of people? I think it is wild that Democrats here are using the same arguments, some word for word, to keep immigrants here that they used for slavery before the Civil War. Matt Zuri, you're not wrong, but I don't find it wild. In fact, I find it perfectly in keeping with the mindset of the left. What you need to understand is the left don't view immigrants as... They don't care about these people. They're not doing this because they care about these people. They're protecting their way of life. And this is a nice way to have slaves without calling them slaves, because that's really not... That's problematic, right? Let's not refer to them as slaves. Let's call them undocumented workers. Because that's a much nicer name than slave. But they are effectively, because, I mean, just listen to the leftists. Their argument for why the immigrants should stay is, the whites are going to find out how expensive it is to mow their own lawns. Or the whites are going to find out how difficult it is to clean their own pools. And it's like, ooh, that's what you think, like, that's all immigrants do? They did. Come on. Holy shit. Funny Pizzeria run by Italians in Sweden are virtually impossible. Who's going to pick the cotton? True. I work for the company in the UK that has perfected modern slavery, all legal. Well, that's nice. The Great Shift was a lie. Same slave owner and Jim Crow mindset that established both things through the Democratic Party in the Civil War and Civil Rights Movement. In my opinion, people who are drawn to left-wing politics are people who are naturally more fascistic. They are fascists at heart. And fascists do not mind permanent underclasses. KB3, how you doing? Still getting taxed? Way too high to move up? Well, that's just the nature of the beast. You need more immigrants. Because taxes and shit. Someone please think of the plantation. Yeah, someone please think of the billionaires that need all of these immigrants to do all of these jobs for next to no money so that Americans can also not pay their bloody bills. Sin family, how you doing, brother? I'm convinced that the left just doesn't understand logic. I'm convinced the left doesn't understand logic. They don't know what it is. It makes no sense to them. Hacko, how goes your walk, brother? It goes well, KB. It goes well. Man, I would love to do IRL streams. Walking around and talking about this shit would be so much more fun than sitting here. But IRL streams in South Africa is nigh impossible. Dude, my phone is annoying me. Stop beeping at me. Time for a streamer backpack? Meeks, it's not that easy. In South Africa, it's not that easy. You can't show anyone's face in South Africa. It's illegal to show faces. So if you're streaming and people walk by you, you're screwed. They can sue you. The crosses speak for themselves. True. UK and Sweden are becoming part of the Middle East. UK is effectively the Middle East. I mean, it's the most northern part of the Middle East, but it is basically the Middle East. Is the real dividing line between left and right more system and less system? No, I think the real dividing line between the left and the right are that people on the right. One of the super interesting things about people on the right that I think a lot of leftists don't understand. The right does not. So the left loves to call the people on the right a cult, right? They love to say these guys are cultists. But when you actually look at how the right operates, it's not a cult. People on the right are constantly disagreeing with each other. Just in the stream, we have people who disagree on governmental systems. We have people who disagree on immigration, right? People on the right are constantly in disagreement. And the way it works, and I was watching this phenomenal interview. Man, I have to show you guys this. Bollocks to that. I'm going to go make tea, and then when I get back, we're going to watch this video. Before we end the stream, I have to show you guys this, because it was truly fantastic. It was truly fantastic. Verse about it, and any slight movement in opinion is not a full-on about face. You've disgraced the right. True. We'll watch this as soon as I get back. I'm just quickly going to go grab some tea, and then when I'm back, we'll watch this, because there's parts of it. We probably won't watch all of it. There's one specific part that I genuinely want to show you guys, because it is phenomenal. It is, once you hear it, I think especially as an American, you're gonna walk away from it going, wait, what? Dude, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. But we'll watch it in a second. All right, I'm back, boys. I'm back, boys. All right. Are you guys ready for this one?
The way to understand America, it was founded as 4 separate, somewhat coercive religious utopias that come from different time periods in Britain's past. So the more you understand the past of your country, the more you understand the English Civil War especially, the more you'll understand America. So the ideas of the village these people
That's a really good podcast episode.
becomes the idea of the village they settle in. Well, hundreds of years later, those ideas have continued through those same social networks, families, and so on. And so that puts America at odds with itself. So the cultural shadow of these events in America is quite long. It's all but forgotten in your country, but it's alive here. In a cultural sense, we are your past.
Richard, great to have you on the show.
Great to be here.
Thanks so much for coming on. You are someone who's written for every publication in the world. Written a bunch of best-selling books. We met by complete accident, and I just happened to go, hey, can you tell us a little bit about the history of America and how that ties in with... And you just like unloaded on us for about 2 hours, and I just sat there, we both did, and just took it all in. And we thought it was a fascinating conversation. And we'd love for our audience to hear so many of the things you talked about, because it is genuinely fascinating. So the history that you told us starts with the English Civil War.
It does, yes. So the way to understand America is it's...
Rudyard Lynch. Yeah, Caleb, I think when it comes to Rudyard, one thing you need to remember is it's very possible that Rudyard most likely read his books. Because Rudyard will usually, when he says something, he'll be like, in this book it says this, in this book it says this, in this. So Rudyard does borrow from a lot of different sources to make his videos. So it is entirely possible that Rudyard from What If Alt History read his book, and that's how he came to the same, or that's why he made the video.
It was founded as 4 separate, somewhat coercive religious utopias that come from different time periods in Britain's past. So the more you understand the past of your country, the more you understand the English Civil War especially, the more you'll understand
Balzar, thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you.
No one teaches this in schools these days on either side of the pond. We're a mystery to each other because we don't understand this very important shared past. So New England which is Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Maine, parts of upstate New York culturally, is settled by the people, the Puritans, who are primarily from East Anglia, that hump of England that points out into the English Channel at the Netherlands. Virginia,
this is so interesting.
Maryland, the shores of Maryland, not the big city of Baltimore, the North and South Carolina, parts of Georgia, Kentucky, are settled by people from the southwest of England. They were on ultimately the losing side of the English Civil War. They favored the crown. They believed in hierarchy. They believed in farms and incredibly indentured servitude, which is how slavery becomes. It begins in Britain with servitude of Welsh and Irish people, and in America, since there's a shortage at the time of Welsh and Irish people in the 1600s, they turned to African sources out of the Caribbean. And people can romanticize this culture. It has some very interesting elements, but it has some profoundly evil elements as well. But each of the 4 subcultures that make America.
This is actually one of the things that's really interesting about what he's talking about. He makes it very clear that none of the 4 subcultures of American politics, and you'll see how he starts to tie it all together. So you have the New England ones. These are the Puritans. Right? And he's going to start diving into, but they come from the Puritan area, and they settle there. And one of the things that you'll find of those people, the super left-wing people, is this purity train, right? Look at the left today. They're constantly purging the impure, right? All sorts of purity tastes to ensure that you are indeed, forward-thinking and progressive. So sort of that area. Then you have the more slave-like mentality, the indentured servitude mentality. But you'll see when he starts to put all of this together, one of the things he highlights is that none of these groups are wholly good or wholly evil. They have really good things, they have really bad things. And how this is used in American politics. If you can understand this, you can understand American politics.
Have both good and bad, light and dark in them. The Puritans in New England are legalistic.
Pendergear, you're mistaken. Puritans is a type of personality. If a Puritan happens to be religious, the Puritan will be a religious Puritan. But you can very easily get someone with a Puritan personality. In other words, a good example of this would be Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler and the Nazis were Puritans, right? But no one would accuse them of being religious. Some Nazis believed in some version of a cult-like sort of movements, but they were most certainly not religious Puritans. They were a different kind of Puritan. It's a personality trait that leads to puritanical. Because if you look, for example, the Puritans that people think of, right? Coconut, how you doing? People like to think of the Puritans as the people that burnt the witches. Less than 10% of actual Puritans burnt witches. The overwhelming majority of Puritans did not burn witches. Because the Puritan movement, just to give a quick religious sort of history lesson here, the Puritan movement, my church, the Baptist church, is born out of the Puritan movement, right? The Puritan movement speaks of purity within oneself. Not purity within others. You're not looking at others and judging their purity. You're looking at your own life, and the purity of your own soul is super important. So you're striving for purity in yourself. That's where they get the Puritan name from. That's why they were called Puritans, is because they sought this purity within themselves, right? At the time, the Roman Catholic Church wasn't preaching purity. This is why they were made fun of. Puritan is a name that's meant to be derogatory. They were made fun of because the Catholic Church at the time was simply preaching, if you say Hail Marys, you can do whatever you want, right? Just say a couple of Hail Marys and move on. So the Puritans are sort of, taking that step further and saying, no, you must be pure. You must seek purity in all things. Then out of that Puritan movement is born the Puritans that sort of start burning witches and stuff because of the personality trait that drives that mindset. Because it is fundamentally a personality trait. It can become anything dependent on what it attaches itself to. But it doesn't automatically have to be religious.
Arrogant, right? And I'm talking about this time period. I'm not making a statement about today, although you can draw your conclusions. The people of what are called the middle states, New York, Pennsylvania is essentially a middle state, the Delaware Valley, the state of Delaware.
Caleb, it's difficult because a lot of different groups were burning witches for a lot of different reasons, but the bog standard reason was evil, right? So the idea was by cleansing the evil in our midst, we can gain favor with God. And you eventually it got bad, right? So eventually you had children that were handing over their own parents, because if you were handing over your own parents, right, and burning them at the stake as being witches, then clearly you cannot be a witch, right? Because a witch won't turn over, and this was genuinely their thinking, witches won't turn over their own kind. So if you could turn in your own parents, it must prove that you are pure, and therefore you are not. So eventually it literally just became an instinct survival thing. You want to survive, so you're gonna hand in the most evil witches, whether they're actual witches or not doesn't matter. So it's sort of weird. Now, this is easily verifiable. Puritans formed because they felt the majority of Protestants were not moving far enough away from Catholic orthodoxy. If you're talking about puritanical as an adjective, yes, but Puritans were a specific group of people. Pendergear, not all Puritans were exactly the same. You literally just repeated what I said. The Puritans were moving and saying that we should be pure, right? breaking further from Catholic doctrine. Nothing wrong with that thus far, right? But none of that gets you to all Puritans are burning witches. Because the ones that's burning the witches is not all Puritans. Right? So you and I are fully in agreement with everything you just wrote. But that's not where our argument started. Our argument started with you saying the Puritans will be on the religious right, which is not true. The mindset of a Puritan can be whatever it attaches itself to. That mindset doesn't have to be on the religious right. Doesn't have to be. It's a type of mindset that forces people to think a specific way. That forces people to filter information through a specific type of presuppositions, right? A set of presuppositions. And then that set of presuppositions can be applied to literally anything. Anyone who is looking at the modern day left and telling me that they don't see any influence from the puritanical movement or the Puritan movement is simply not paying attention. No, Pentagear, why? Wait, now why are you changing things now? I'm not saying that everyone on the religious right is, no. Just no.
Where New Jersey, they are settled from the West Midlands of England. So these people have, and then the borderlands near the Scottish border in Northumbria, in that area, those people settle the Appalachian Mountains, which are a rocky spine that runs from the state of Maine all the way down to Georgia. And you probably heard of the Appalachian Trail. People do that tremendous hike. It usually takes about a year. It's quite a walk. But anyway, on both sides of those mountains, settle the people from the English side of the Scottish border. And so each of them have different ideas about what freedom is. And most importantly, they have different religious ideas. And because they have different religious ideas, they have different political ideas. Right.
Well, let's talk about that. So first of all, we started the English Civil War. Tell us about the Roundheads, the Cavaliers, and you also explained to us, why the Puritans remind us of some things that are happening today, etc. So break all of that down for us in more detail, please.
Sure. Well, it would take hours to give you an adequate history of the English Civil War, but short version is after Henry VIII, Britain becomes a Protestant country, but Henry, with the exception of his minister, Thomas.
Protestant. Britain is not a Protestant country, but anyways.
Cromwell, who's ultimately executed, does not want it to become a very Protestant country. So a lot of Catholic traditions remain. And among the Puritan wing, they're very anxious to translate the Bible into English, which is how we get one of the great achievements in the English language, the King James Bible, which is still, you can find it in any bookstore in the United States to this day.
Well,
right?
in South Africa
maybe
too.
Not the original, but the new King James, which is functionally the same. And it's where we get the Book of Common Prayer, which is the second largest source of idioms in the English language, comes from that one book. The largest source of idioms, obviously, comes from the plays of Shakespeare, which is also around this time period, right? Which is why I asked you the other day, Francis, about what you thought of Shakespeare's politics, right? So the crown the Puritans suspect the crown has Catholic leanings and wants to return England to Rome. And this creates a culture of suspicion and paranoia that ultimately leads to a battle between the Parliament, which is dominated by urban dwellers and Puritans, against the king, the Royalists, otherwise known as the Cavaliers, who are rural, traditional, have a very traditional view of Christianity, right? They don't want big changes in their faith. And these two, the battle is essentially, yes, it's one elite broken into two pieces at the top, but the people who are doing the fighting and dying on the Roundhead side, so-called because of the hats the young clerks wore in London at the time, these are young men who are very ideological, very sure of their beliefs, very intolerant of dissent, who are willing to use political violence even before the war starts to advance their views. So the king at an early stage of the war was hanging on because votes in the House of Lords.
Does this start to make sense? Like, he's describing the Puritans, right? This is the group that goes from the UK and settles in the New England area, right? So listen to the fundamentalist approach that they have. The Puritan tests, the sort of almost welcoming of political violence in order to get to your means, because you're certain that you are correct in what you're doing. You're certain that your plan is the only plan that matters, right? So if you're talking culturally, let's ask this: is there a group in the US that you sort of go, oh, this sort of reminds me of these people? Pentagear, I don't know how you cannot. Like, explain to me how the modern day left isn't fundamentalist. They're literally at this very moment as we speak, burning the country to the ground because they are fundamentally of the certain belief that they are right. And they're willing to murder and slaughter to ensure that this happens. How are they not fundamentalist? They are convinced that open borders is a fundamental right of society. They are convinced that socialism is a fundamental right of society. They are convinced that LGBTQ plus AI alphabet people is a fundamental right of society. And they will burn the country to the ground in order to achieve this fundamental right. How are they not fundamentalists? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm assuming what's happening in LA is what? Peaceful protests? I'm assuming what happened in 2018, 2019 is not it's not an example of fundamentalists, people who are so fundamentally convinced of their own positions that they're willing to burn the country to the ground in order to only have their positions represented. How, again, am I asking you, what is your view of fundamentalism? Like, what do you view as a fundamentalist? What would they have to do to convince you that they're fundamentalists? Ah, there we go, Pentagear. There we go. And what was 2018, 2019? You remember the Summer of Love. What was that? Was that also... they were burning down a country because of what, federal overreach, or what was the example there? What was the reason? Because it's the same playbook. There's no federal overreach. The federal government has the right to remove criminals and illegals from the country. The federal government is doing what it's allowed to do. It is the religious fundamentalists of the left, the Nazi fascist scumbags on the left, that is burning down their country because they will not allow law and order. That's the problem. Don't get it twisted, fam. I realize you might want to run interference for the left because you're most likely on the left, but it is important to remain intelligent while one does this.
Before the 1920s, the House of Lords was an important force in your country's politics. The House of Lords was fairly divided, but the bishops would vote uniformly for the king for various reasons. But they would come by vote, right?
Meeks, there's no arguing with this. There's no arguing. You can just stop. If there's one thing that the left cannot do, it's argue in good faith. The president has a constitutional right to remove illegal aliens. They're illegals. They're criminals. They don't belong. They're not allowed to be there. The left, because they want more immigrants, because apparently that's a thing that the left believes in religiously, This is illegal. How dare the federal government remove the illegal criminals from our state? And now that the left is burning down the state, that's also fine. That's also perfectly fine. Like, oh, yes, please. Let's burn down the state and look at what Trump is making us do. Like how if only Trump would let the criminals stay, we wouldn't have to burn down our country. Damn it. Look at what you made me do. I wasn't going to murder this person, but look at what you made me do. I am a poor little innocent victim that cannot be held responsible for anything because I'm too retarded to realize that I am the problem. I am the problem, and I should be removed from society because I am evil. Because I am evil, and because I have no moral center, I have no fundamental grasp of reality, and my principles are so fucked that I would destroy everything I touch, and I do destroy everything I touch, but I cannot realize that, and so I would instead blame everyone else. Get out.
Thames is a highway in this time period. So all long traffic or anything where you're carrying anything heavy would move up and down the Thames, right? Which is why even to this day, you'll see old docks in front of houses on the Thames where people, that's how you would get to work or get to market or whatever. So the bishops would come down in their long boats and
yeah, you do want slaves back, Pentagear. You guys are literally the guys saying, who's going to pick the cotton? Well, you don't say cotton anymore. You just go, who's going to work the fields when you get rid of all the slave labor? You guys are the evil party. You just don't realize it. You just don't realize it because you're so far up your own asshole that you have no idea how evil you actually are. But hey, keep on going, bro. Like, hey, by all means,
Roundheads would be waiting for them and try to sink their boats, throw rocks at them, bring another boats, throw them overboard. So they would swim to shore and not be able to show up at the House of Lords to vote in favor of the king. So the king is at that stage, early in the war, hanging on by a thread. Ultimately, the king...
Malin, the cognitive dissonance is, but you have to understand, in order to be on the left, there's a couple of requirements. Requirement number 1 is you should not have the ability to think critically. Requirement number 2 is if your IQ is over 100, you are not allowed to join because you'd be too smart. You'd wake up and realize, wait, are we the bad guys? They don't want that. And requirement number 3 is you have to be absolutely religiously extreme in your political views. So extreme that you don't even realize that you're the party of retards. That's why there's no point in arguing with the left. No point. There's nothing you can say to them that will move them an inch. There's nothing that you can say that will even make them think about their own positions. That's how you know that they are actually the party of evil, because they cannot think about their own positions. Nothing you say can ever make them think about their own positions. Nothing you say can ever make them go, maybe we could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure, because they'll always have some argument for why they're not wrong. Like, just, you heard it, literally here. What's happening currently in LA is people standing up against federal overreach. So at no point do you ever stop to go, maybe burning down buildings, attacking people, literally attacking women with children in the car, setting cars on fire. Maybe that isn't the right way to do it. Should I ask that? Is that? No. I shall not ask that question ever. Instead, I will just find something else to blame. In 2018, 2019, it was also Trump. Or at least it was police brutality that allowed us to burn down half the country. So it doesn't matter, right, what we do, because it's all your fault. We can do whatever we want because you made us do it. We used to call that childish, because children would argue this way, right? You would have a kid that beats another kid over the head with a stick, and the mother goes, "What the hell are you doing?" And they'd be like, "Well, he pushed me. So because he pushed me, I'm now allowed to burn down the country." You see, but you can't have these arguments with the left because they can't think for themselves, not in that way. If CNN or one of their democratic leaders don't tell them what to think, they don't think. They just wait for information to be downloaded so that they can go, oh, yeah, well, let's go riot.
Now I'm going 20 years later, is executed, gives a famous speech, which is called the scaffold speech, where he makes a plea for individual liberty. Ironic in that he's about to be the first and only assassinated king in English history, assassinated by the parliament.
Wow.
But that speech was required in American public schools in southern states until the 1960s in many places, right? So the cultural shadow of these events in America is quite long. It's all but forgotten in your country, but it's alive here, or it was alive a generation ago, right? So all of our founding institutions, when we talk about the war between North and South, we're really talking about the war between the Puritans, the Roundheads, and the Cavaliers. And the University of Virginia's sports teams to this very day are known as the Cavaliers, right? And the Fighting Pilgrims, or whatever that team is up there, same thing, right? So it's these two cultures totally at loggerheads. But in between are two other English cultures, right? So the culture of the Appalachian Mountains, which is the Hatfields and McCoys, the hillbillies, you know the lore. These are people from the borderlands. Their idea of freedom is not the freedom to...
Painter, are you really going to do that? Or what happened in the 60s? How far do you want to go back in history? Can we do this? Like, what happened in the 1800s? Well, the 1600s. Let's do the 1500s. That's fun. Why do you think that gives you any legitimacy? Why do you imagine that because you can name another time in history where people were burning down the country, that somehow adds to your legitimacy now? You are not fighting on the side of the civil rights movement, my friend. You are the evil being defeated. You just don't realize it. History will remember you the same way we remember the Nazis. You will not go down. The Nazis didn't think that they were going to go down as the bad guys in history, and yet here we are. It's going to be fun. Not for you, but for us.
Impose virtue, which is the Puritan idea, or the freedom to maintain a social hierarchy, which is the Cavalier Royalist idea. Their idea is the freedom to be left alone. But before your libertarian heart fills with joy and say, these were my people, they're also deeply opposed to education, especially of women. So it's a very mixed bag. This is not a story with good guys on one side and bad guys on the other. People have elements of both. And then what we now call the Middle States, which is from the West Midlands of your country, this is yet another perspective. And they want the freedom to make money. And they want to be left alone to make money. But they do want law and order to punish corruption because they think in commercial markets and financial markets, people will steal.
Yeah, Meeks, you're bringing up logic. You won't get anywhere. Despite the suppression of racism as a good outcome, I hear there was a lot of foul play and distasteful actors in the pro-emancipation movements. I mean, neither the Soviet Union, they were the communists.
And then Cromwell dies, and the Puritan, you could say, dictatorship ends. We're now in the 1660, 1661, and it is set for the Glorious Restoration. You probably remember this from your history books.
Mm-hmm.
But in that time period and immediately thereafter, all the institutions that you recognize as English today, the Bank of England, the beginning of certain sports, such as the origins of cricket, right? All these things come from this time period. But at this point, America has been settled for 80 years, right? So they are still living in different pasts. The Puritans who came here in the 1620s, when they fled, the Royalists were in the ascendancy, so they fled to go practice their religion here. their view is still that they're a desperate religious minority fighting oppression.
You wanna know, Meeks, the funny bit? There is actual video footage of Biden talking about black people not even that long ago, right? We're talking like 25, 30 years ago, where Biden is talking about black people using the N-word and saying that they aren't as capable, saying that they'll never be as capable. And yet it's the Democrats that are trying to tell the Republicans, you guys are the evil people. You're the racists. Is it, oh, well, you guys did vote for a president that not that long ago were mouthing off about how black people were inferior. But hey, you know, I'm sure all those racists in the Republican Party was the problem.
Meanwhile, they're also carrying out witch hunts, literal hunting for witches. There are something on the order of 350 people accused of witchcraft in the colonies, almost all, with a few exceptions, all in New England, right? And including people being executed for being witches. The only place you see witch trials in the UK in this time period is East Anglia, place these people come from, right? So, little side note, I'm sorry, I'm not giving you a very good answer, but anyway, there's no such thing as immigration from country A to country B. Social networks move. So the ideas of the village these people are from becomes the idea of the village they settle in. That becomes the idea of the inherited country of the next country. So,
never mind Biden's jungle comment. Oh yeah, there's evidence aplenty of the evil of the Democrats, except the Democrats thinks that they're the good guys. But you know, anyways, no point in arguing about this, boys. You may as well stop. You'll never change a Democrat's mind. Remember, a Democrat isn't a Democrat because of reason and logic. A Democrat is a Democrat because of feelings. You cannot argue someone out of their feelies. Their fifis are what got them into the problem. You're not getting them out of it. There's two ways of getting a leftist to see the light. One is to just force them. So just force them to shut the hell up and let you get on with the business of doing things, or to defeat them utterly in combat. Those are your options. And I don't see civil war on the horizon anytime soon, but if it does start, that'll be your moment to beat them into submission. Other than that, there's no point. You're not arguing or debating a leftist into a position where they will ever understand what you're talking about, because they never got into that position by speaking or thinking for themselves. They are in that position because they feel that position. All right. Very interesting what he just said here about how immigration is the immigration of social networks. Very interesting, because you see that play out in California. The way California works, you see that, right?
all immigration is the movement of social networks, and ideas move in social networks, right? Well, hundreds of years later, those ideas have continued through those same social networks, families, and so on. And so that puts America at odds with itself.
Caleb, Anna Kasparian's experience was a physical threat to her safety that finally opened her eyes and made her realize, wait, I may be wrong. But if you go and you look at Anna Kasparian's policy positions, it's still as retarded as it ever was. Right? Anna Kasparian isn't suddenly intelligent. She still believes a bunch of retarded shit. She just happened to have woken up to the idea of multiculturalism not being a strength, which is, you know, whatever.
You have 4 different ideas about the relationship between the citizen and the state, between the citizen and God, which is an historical question in most parts of Europe.
Just
it is
a quiet
very much
place.
a live question here because, again, we're founded by coercive religious utopians.
Okay, and if I see that you were just in agreement, I agree with you.
That is the.
Well,
so
we agree.
What is America today? Yes, there have been other waves of immigrants that have come and changed things. The German immigration, the Irish immigration, the the Asian immigration, the immigration from Mexico and South America, all have.
My bro, you are the US's biggest GDP contributor because of things that happened almost 30 years ago. For the last decade, you have been in decline. You're losing technological companies at an alarming rate. They're moving to other states. They're moving out of California. Let's talk again in 20 or 30 years. Let's see if you remain the US's biggest GDP contributor. Because I would also just like to add, if that genuinely is your bullshit reasoning, it's not very leftist of you. Because you're not adding that much to the individual man. You're just adding a bunch of new billionaires. So I guess your socialist utopia happens to just really make a bunch of rich people very, very rich. So congratulations, you're now a corporatist. That's nice. The Iceman, how you doing, sir?
Are important, right? But essentially, it's a compromise between these four different cultures, which is why to a people that continue to evolve, we seem strange, because we are, in a cultural sense, I mean, obviously our technology is cutting edge, but in a cultural sense, we are your past.
And that is incredibly interesting. And just the way you picked that apart was beautiful. How does that impact America today and its politics?
Why is Trump popular?
For me, it's because he's pushing back at what people perceive, and I perceive to be the excesses of hyperliberal progressivism.
That's definitely a layer of it. That's what people say. But let's look at the cultures, right? So let's go back to those four cultures. People win the presidency by getting their own culture and one or two of the other subcultures to go along with them, right? And that's how Jimmy Carter got elected. It's on Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, so on, right? The Democrats have been very successful in the last 40 years when they have a Southerner on the ticket or someone who seems congenial to Southerners, because that is a culture outside of their home base. That is the Cavalier culture, right? I don't mean to be reductionist. Not everyone is. We're not all marionettes of our great-grandparents, right? That's ridiculous. But it plays a role, right? It plays a role in norms. And
well, the truth is, individuals are hard to predict. Groups are easy to predict. That's just statistically true. When you have one person, it's very hard to know what that one person is going to do. But if you have 1,000 people, it's pretty easy to know what 1,000 people will do, because it's probability. It's pretty simple. So yeah, all he's saying here is these groups, by and large, will move in these directions.
Moors and so on. So Trump wins because the people who have ideas about individual liberty is to be completely left alone and not helped. What you could call the proto-libertarian impulse in American life. COVID was a watershed moment for them. Suddenly, the government would invade your private life and tell you who you could socialize with, where you could go to work, when you could work.
I genuinely think the left overplayed their hand with COVID. The left, it was their fascist wet dream to finally be able to tell people what they can and cannot do. And once people woke up and realized, oh, this is what the left likes to do, it was over.
How you could worship, what products you could buy. Remember, there was...
Trickstar, Trump was president for what, 9 months in COVID? Not even 9 months? So what do we do with all the rest of the time that Biden was president? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I have said, I am on record as saying Trump handled COVID very, very badly. Very badly. But so too did every other leader in the world. This was a brand new thing. No one knew what was going on. And so everyone sort of just followed what the experts were saying. But it was after Trump left the White House that we started to get actual reports that the experts may be talking out of their assholes. It wasn't the Trump administration that tried to bury where the virus came from. It wasn't the Trump administration that kept people locked in their homes for, almost 2 years. That wasn't the Trump administration. So let's be super, super clear. When we assign blame, I am perfectly happy to assign some of the blame on Trump. But he was most certainly not alone in this. And he was most certainly not the most tyrannical in all of this.
This governor of Michigan said you could go to use this lane in the hardware store, but you couldn't go to this shop out in this lane. I mean, it's this aisle, right? So it's just crazy, right? From the perspective of the proto-libertarian strand, right? So Trump has that. Trump has the hierarchical idea of liberty strand as well, right? So even though he's criticized as a populist, Trump is a fully paid up member of the elite. I mean, he went to Wharton, one of the most elite schools in this country. He comes from a rich family. He has been a celebrity for more than 40.
And no, I'm sure there are some who may have been more clued in than others, but I don't think most presidents know what is actually going on in the world. And I don't think most of them would have known. Oh, Pentagear. If you only knew how misinformed you were, it wouldn't be so sad. I can only assume that you genuinely believe what you just wrote. And yeah.
40 years, right? He was important enough to be ridiculed by Spy magazine in the 1980s as a short-fingered vulgarian, right? It's impossible to imagine that kind of ridicule against the president today. He has become a bigger figure, but he's done it by assembling these subcultures. Where Trump's support is the weakest is in the Northeast, Massachusetts, New England area, California, which was settled predominantly by the people of the Northeast, and Oregon and Washington, which was settled predominantly by people from New England, right? So Portland, Washington is named after Portland, Maine, right? And they actually had a coin flip when they were deciding the name of that city because they were going to call it New Boston, Boston, Massachusetts. So you can see that he gets 3 out of the 4 cultures. That's why, at a deep cultural level, that's why Trump is popular. Up here is issues, and issues are important, and economic issues especially important. But underneath that is, do you feel comfortable with him? And if you are in one of the subcultures that feels comfortable with him, you are very, very comfortable with him. He is familiar. He embodies what you see as your virtues and values. On the other hand, Kamala Harris is also somebody who embodies certain virtues and values of her subculture. But it's a subculture that couldn't win any allies, which is why she lost so badly. That and the idea of incompetence. Americans love victory like the Romans did and will not tolerate incompetence. If you're going to do something big and you pull it off, everyone applauds. If you fail, they quietly walk away, right? There are second chances in life in America, in business, sometimes among celebrities, definitely among pastors. You could be caught in the biggest scandal and have a big church 5 years later, right? But in political life, if you're going to involve the energies of our great economy and direct it in some direction and fail, that's just not tolerated, right? So that's another component to it. But the cultural fit is something that no one talks about that is extremely important.
The world is changing fast, and it's not enough to just know what the news is. You have to know how it's being reported, because the truth often depends on where you're standing. That's why I use Ground News. It's the only website and app that gathers and compares news from over 50,000 sources around the world. It doesn't just show you the headlines, it also breaks down the political bias and who owns the media outlet you're reading or watching. When you know where the money is coming from, you start to understand how power and influence shape the stories we see. Their blind spot feed is my favorite feature. It shows you which stories are being ignored by either the left or the right, so you can actually spot media bias as it's happening and stay ahead of the narrative. They surface around 20 of these a day, and some of them are pretty eye-opening. This story on the UK developing a predictive tool to determine if someone will become a killer barely showed up in left-leaning outlets. It's a major story when you think about how far governments might go with AI and surveillance. And on the other side, this story about how more than 60% of CEOs expect a recession in the next 6 months currently has no coverage in right-leaning media at all. That's a pretty big blow.
I just want to say, if you've listened to Trump's Secretary of Treasury, recession is the point. So people who are warning about recession, it sounds like recession is the point. The plan isn't so much to cause a recession. Or at least what they have identified is that recession is inevitable. The world will have a recession. The plan is to prepare America to be able to get through that recession as quickly as possible without printing a bunch of money, without, just doing more of the same that is causing this economic downturn in the first place. So when you actually listen to what he had to say, it's very interesting how they seem to be setting up the American economy to prepare for this recession, to be ready when it hits, to try and move through it as quickly as possible, which is why they're trying to get so many of these factories back into America, because by the time the recession is sort of raging, if you have a bunch of new factories opening up in America, right, suddenly having to employ a bunch of new people, massive amounts of money coming into the country again, that can literally help lift you out of the recession very quickly. If you look at America's economy, it's worse now than even the Great Depression, so I'm not sure what their qualifications are. What do you mean, Heiss, what their qualifications are? I'm not sure if they will manage to get enough factories in the country quickly enough. Obi-Wan, you can argue that it might not be fast enough, but at least it's what they're trying to do. Because effectively, there's one of two options here, right? Either the American economy takes its medicine, or it continues to band-aid, which will eventually lead to a massive crash, if not a civil war. Those are your options, right? You can either take the medicine, and yes, it's going to be uncomfortable. No one wants to take medicine. But the American economy is sick. And the problem with the sickness is it continues to create a wealth gap. And the wealth gap exists because every single time the market is about to go into its recession, it's about to take its medicine, the American government provides more of the sickness, just prints a bit more money. Is struggling more now than the Great Depression of 1930. Ice darkness. I'm not sure I trust that. I mean, there were a lot of people that were like going hungry. I've seen photos of the United States. I don't think you guys have a problem with hunger. It would be like me going and saying, guys, I'm starving. All of you will look at the screen and go, sure. It seems like you go to bed hungry often. So I'm not entirely sure I buy that just yet. I do think the economy is bad for a lot of people, but I don't think we're at 1930s levels yet.
blind spot when you're trying to understand where the economy might be headed. If you're someone who values nuance over noise, Ground News is essential. It's no wonder they have over 10,000 5-star reviews.
Back on starving. Thank you, Sapphire. Thank you for caring.
Off their Vantage plan. That's the same one I use. Click the link in the description and visit ground.news/trigonometry. Start thinking for yourself and subscribe at ground.news/trigonometry.
And we're talking about culture, and I find J.D. Vance very interesting in terms of culture because he hails from those Appalachian roots that you've mentioned, yet he's also different because he's a Catholic, commonly associated with the Italians, the Irish, and the Latin Americans.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's an important point. That would have been shocking a generation or so ago. There were protests in 1960 when John F. Kennedy won the nomination among the Democrats. They thought that America wasn't ready for its first Catholic Protestant president. And this is a time period where even Protestants were reluctant to marry outside their denomination. I mean, a Methodist and Episcopalian marrying, oh my gosh, right? But I think America has changed so fundamentally. And let me make this clear. When I'm talking about culture, I don't mean what people on the left mean, which is race. There's no racial component here, right? There is an important aspect of American culture that comes from the African diaspora of enslaved people, right? Not saying that. But functionally, you have three African American cultures. You have the African American culture of the South, which is very much in line with this hierarchical idea of liberty. You have the African American culture of the North and of the Midwest, which is a different kind. And then you have the third, which is recent immigration from West Africa. If you look among West Africans or people from the Caribbean, they voted much more for Trump than other Black Americans. So this is not a point about race. I'm actually being literal word of culture here, right?
And it's interesting that you say that because we
West Africans are based
thing in the UK. Those cultures who have come over, West African, particularly Ghanaian, Nigerian, first-generation immigrants from the Caribbean, staunchly conservative and very, very traditional in their ways. And then you look at Black people who've been in the UK for 3-4 generations, far more likely to vote Labour as opposed to Conservative.
Yes.
Get him out.
And more interestingly, on the various jubilees of the crown, especially the Queen's.
What the governments of the world should do is they should go into every person's Twitter account, right? And they should just look at the bio and the flags in the bio. If there is a flag that isn't the flag of the country that they live in, out. And you send them to wherever that flag is. You'll see how suddenly a lot of these leftists are off to Ukraine and Gaza to go help the war efforts. That'd be amazing.
You will see many people from the Caribbean.
Oh, I'd love that.
When she was alive, I mean, right? And they almost didn't hold the Jubilee in the 70s. They thought no one would turn up. The great and the good thought that no one would turn up.
Why would the right go off to Russia? The right just doesn't think Russia is necessarily the only bad guy, but there's very few right-wingers who think Russia is the good guy. The same way that very few right-wingers think Israel is the good guy. Like, bro, when last have you actually looked at what right-wingers are saying? The overwhelming majority of right-wingers don't like Russia, don't like Israel. What even are you talking about? The only people who would go to Israel would be Ben Shapiro. The others would literally just stay. Ayaka, have you heard Israel kidnapped Greta Thunberg? Yeah. I was hoping for something more drastic, but, kidnapping is fine too.
And yet, millions of working class people did, including people from the Caribbean and from West Africa. Yeah.
I was curious the way you addressed Francis' answer to your question when you asked him why is Trump popular, and he said the pushback against hyperliberalism, because you actually seemed to me at least said almost the same thing in a way, which is the Puritans are the one group that Trump didn't have and the one group that was starting to get on everybody's nerves, essentially, right?
Yes.
Like, for example, like the freedom-loving people. I mean, I instantly thought of Joe Rogan, for example, right? Somebody who I think it's fair to say really changed a lot of his perspectives because of COVID, because of the way, tyrannical restrictions were imposed, right? So I guess I'm curious about that, but also I think what I'm very interested in is, are these 4 utopias equally powerful and influential in American society? How would you rank them in terms of influence, power, population?
The balance of power among them shifts all the time, right? So, I mean, Charleston, South Carolina was one of the richest cities in the United States in the early 1700s. You would not have said that during most of the 20th century.
Why?
The middle states.
What did Charleston do?
Manufacturing powerhouses after World War II up until the early 70s. And interestingly, the people who settled that area tended to be Quakers and other people who were not part of the Church of England, but also not part of the Puritan wing, right? When those factories began to be closed, steel mills, especially in Pennsylvania in the 1970s, they accused environmentalists from Massachusetts. Why did they say from Massachusetts? Right? It's an echo, it's a memory of a cultural divide that in 1970 was still enough to make a distinction. I mean, whenever, and I meet younger people.
What if, because it was American government officials that basically decimated the Midwest, right? Took the Midwest from being absolute powerhouses industrially, even in mining, and completely destroyed it. What if the reason these Midwestern, Middle America states, because the Middle America is more mining powerhouses, or where the mining was happening, what if the reason these places were stripped was specifically to remove power? In other words, to move power closer to sort of their, shall we say, centers of control? Mine's to store their government papers? Yeah. Because apparently the government have not learned of computers yet.
People who think that this is all structural racism. I asked them the Star Wars question, right? Did I try this with you guys last time? So here's the question. Do you ever see the first Star Wars movie, A New Hope, when the original Star Wars movie? You've seen it, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember the scene with Luke Skywalker and Ben Kenobi, and they walk into the bar with all the crazy aliens, and the 2 robots are with them, R2-D2, C-3PO? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
What does the barman say?
I can't remember.
He points like this, and he says, "We don't serve their kind," right? Why does he say that?
Because he doesn't serve robots. He only serves living beings.
Why do you think he says that?
I imagine it's a cultural reference.
It is. So in May 1977, 11 years after the Civil Rights Act, everyone in the theater knew that was a reference to bigoted Southerners who were segregating their bars and restaurants and not serving black people. And this was George Lucas's way of making this point. But I ask this question now, here in 2025, for a different reason. That cultural context of segregation is so far behind us, you didn't think about it as an explanation for why the barman says that.
Yeah.
And for people younger than ourselves, they're really puzzled, right? Other than the robot fallback, they're trying to figure out what
Sapphire, I told you this is interesting.
So I think America has, I mean, do I think all racism is gone? Of course not. There's a terrible part in every human.
The problem with all racism being gone is you have to determine what you mean by that. If the goal is to eradicate racism at every single level, you're fighting a war that will never end, right? Because you're never going to be able to change that one uncle that's at the bar on a Friday evening calling black people the N-word. You're never going to change that uncle. There's always going to be that one uncle. But if the goal is to have society set up in such a way that race no longer matters in determining your success, then we've already arrived. Anyone can make it in America. The question is just how hard are you willing to work for it? Right? Now, we could make an argument and say, well, actually, no one can make it in America at the moment because of how corporatism is set up. But that would, again, not be a racist issue. That would just be an economic issue. The corporations have gotten far too much power as a result of socialism, and you need to get rid of the corporations in order to allow people to breathe again. But that would still not be a race problem. Right? So I would argue if the problem is systemic racism, then there is no real problem. There is no real problem.
In heart that dislikes those who are not like them, right? But I think bigotry has dropped to its lowest ebb in America in our history, right? And the Star Wars question, I think, kind of gets at that, right?
So coming back to the power ranking, so to speak, it shifts over time. How would you analyze the state of those 4 utopias today, as we sit here?
I think Florida and Texas are attracting the most internal migrants, people moving from California, the Northeast, and so on into those
Cheers,
states.
Bugger Games. Take care of yourself, sir.
Very rapidly, right? Other states with similar values like Wyoming, Utah are also growing, not quite as rapidly. Idaho. There's a sign outside of Bozeman, Montana. There's so many people have moved in from Los Angeles that when you leave Bozeman and you're heading into the countryside, it says, "Welcome to Montana," right? So these cultural divides are still there. But the deep red states, especially those in the Cavalier tradition, which, to be clear, is a very mixed tradition, I'm not romanticizing it in any way, are now very attractive. So their power is surging. The power of the Puritan New England has faded considerably in the last 30 or 40 years. So, yes, all the elite universities.
Painter, why is your assumption that people wouldn't know that when they're moving there? And more importantly, when you see people moving there and now figuring out, oh crap, look at all these sales tax and property taxes, why aren't they complaining? I mean, they're not moving there and going, oh, shucks. I didn't realize that it was going to be so expensive here. If only. Your assumption is devoid of facts, because the people who are moving out of California, moving to these other states, are not flocking back to California en masse. Oh, you have family and your anecdotal evidence is what we should go on. California has been experiencing a decline in population in terms of immigration into California for about, 5, almost 10 years now? We're not seeing these other states falling. They continue to grow. So I'm not sure. I would say your family, probably not indicative of everyone's experiences. Yeah, that's the market. It has nothing to do with the government and the socialism of your government, of course. That's just how it is. California's just super expensive, far more expensive than any other state. But it can't have possibly anything to do with the socialist government that is in charge.
Or almost all the elite universities are located there. And they still have enormous cultural power. But even that cultural power has declined. I mean, the anti-Semitic riots at Columbia, the censorship at Harvard, these have hurt these institutions. And yes, there are tech startups there, but not as many as in California, or let alone Austin, or now Windward in the Windward section of Miami. So the cultural power of that region has definitely declined in the last 30 or 40 years. And economics is a part of it, but culture is the rest of it. The idea that there used to be a desire throughout the country, our country, to emulate New England. That just isn't
Richard Miniter.
And what about the other two cultures?
So the middle states, and then arcing into what we call the Rust Belt, the industrial area, formerly industrial area of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, around the Great Lakes. That still determines close elections. Of course, that's where 4 of the swing states are. But those are turning more and more to the right. Ohio was a swing state until a few elections ago. Pennsylvania it's on the bubble. It could go either way, but it may be heading red.
Based. Wait, so Ohio is no longer a swing state? Is it red now? Because if that's the case, based Ohio. Dude, the most beautiful thing would be if every single state flipped red except for California, and then all the red states just told California, get out. Go to Mexico. We no longer give a shit about you. That would be beautiful. Like, to see all of those lefties just absolutely get wrecked, that would be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Did you look up the book? It's written by the dudes from the agency. They just tell you what happened and what they do. It's not a theory book. California is beautiful. That's our state. Titan, would you, be honest. Would you rather lose one of the beautiful states? You have 50, right? You have 49 left. Or be stuck with the communists from California? I would airdrop and die for it right now. Lefties who try to establish Republic of California. Dude, lefties can't establish shit. Left-wing politics cannot establish societies. Left-wing politics can only destroy. It's what they do. It's what they're literally built to do. Do not have to get rid of all of California. Just have to lose San Francisco and Los Angeles. Oh, that's true, Omid. Yeah, we could just go San Francisco and LA. You're not part of Mexico. Get out. And then you keep the rest of California as is. That could work too. This is East California. It has our largest military bases as well as the main defense against China. Dude, think of it this way. Now when China invades Los Angeles and San Francisco, America has time to prepare. As Mexico's Los Angeles and San Francisco is getting shot to shit, America has time to prepare on the new American border. So, brilliant. Is everyone just forgetting that Japan is in between us and China? If China is ever going to get past Japan, good luck. I think China would take Japan, no? Pentagear, you know what's really funny? I want to read this because I want you to hear what you're saying. Never mind your original claim that it was leftists that broke off from the Church of England. Was that the original claim? I want you, I'm speaking to you now, right? From a place of genuine curiosity. And I'm hoping that you can be intellectually honest in this moment. Was that the claim? Was that the claim? Puritans were leftists, didn't you? Again, what was the exact claim? That the Puritans settled in New England. That was the exact claim. The idea being that mindset, the mindset that led to Puritanism, is what prevailed and ultimately settled in New England. Since then, New England's politics have shifted. New England became a much more liberal, atheistic society. The underpinnings of their culture, however, that Puritan streak, the very thing that made them Puritans in the first place, that never quite went away. That remained. The underpinnings, the sort of underlying instances of Puritanism, that remained. And so even though, right, they're no longer religious, they've cast off their gods and they adopted new gods. This time politics and progressivism has become the god that they follow. And now the Puritan movement, this puritanical idea of their gods. So what do the people of New England worship? They worship atheism, they worship science, they worship progressivism, they worship socialism and communism, and they worship gays, trans people, bisexual people, basically all the alphabet people. These are concepts that they worship. They believe in them. They believe in them so strongly that they are willing to burn down the country in order to protect them. That's all religion is. Religion doesn't require an actual God or a church. Religion is simply beliefs that you are willing to defend with your life. This is what they have, and they believe it absolutely fundamentally because they are puritanical in that belief. And you see those puritanical elements play itself out in their application of said beliefs. You can see it. The only people who can't see it are you, the ones trapped in it. But every other person looking at you, the second he said it, was like, oh shit, that makes sense. It explains so much. The problem, of course, is that you have no ability to understand nuance or context. Because just in our discussion thus far, right? Literally just in our discussion, you seem to have no ability to attach the concepts to anything other than its original concept. So a Puritan is religious. Therefore, it can only be on the right because the left isn't religious. The left is religious. The left is 100% religious. They're not Christian, but they are religious. Very much so, in fact. I'm originally from New York City, and you're right, in the cities, it is like that, but there are small sections, sectors within the cities that are highway villages, and then on the outskirts of the city, towards the countryside, everyone is very conservative, from what I've seen in New York State. Only reason it's blue is because the city population, but the city makes up less than 5% of the land. That's not wrong. Right? That is not wrong. That is not wrong. You guys can go watch the rest of this interview because it does get a lot more interesting, but it is sort of, it gets technical, so you kind of have to focus very deeply on what he explains and what he says. So I did link the interview to you. I'll do it again just to make sure that you have it. As I said, I just wanted to share with you that little nugget because I thought it was really, really good. Why want to post to YouTube? What's going on? I did post to YouTube. I just said it and post to YouTube. Interesting. Interesting. Crazy how the power grab basically makes 95% of the state poor as AF. But it's naturally rich. Titanborn, there's a lot of things I think that's wrong in American society. And I think when you actually pay attention to, for example, what this guy says, right? And you keep your mind open. And Pentagear, if this is for you, go watch the video. I linked it, right? And then keep an open mind and try to think critically, not in the way that you were taught in school, because you were taught wrong. Critical thinking is the ability to recognize your own biases and then try to exclude your biases from what is being said, right? Try and do that. Literally listen to what this guy is saying. And then go look at the application of the modern day left. Go look at how you guys operate. Look at your side critically. I don't want you to sort of just jump to conclusions. Look at your side critically. Go read the articles about the things that your side is doing. Look at how your side is acting. And then ask yourself, how is it that you constantly seem to have a convenient answer to excuse the things that your side is doing? Your side is currently burning down California, attacking people who do not believe that they're on the right side of things. And yet your argument for it is they're standing up to federal overreach. There is no federal overreach. The federal government has every right to arrest illegal aliens. If you're illegally in the country, you're not allowed to be in the country. Therefore, the federal government, who has the sole mandate to enforce immigration laws, has the right to take the immigrants and remove them from the country. So there's no federal overreach. The federal government is full within their rights to do exactly what they're doing. The leftists in California have taken it upon themselves to turn the state and make it ungovernable until their demands are met. And somehow you excuse this. You say, no, this is perfectly fine. Think about all the ways in which your side acts. And then come back to me and explain to me how you're not Puritans. You see, because the biggest mistake that people make is they think of religion as only people who go to church on a Sunday and believe in God. That's religion. But religion is anything. Anything can become your religion. The left's religion is science. The left's religion is progressivism. The left's religion is the alphabet people. The left's religion is communism and socialism. Because you believe those things. And you believe those things to be true. And those things make up the doctrine of what you call left-wing politics. I.e., your religion is left-wing politics. Because to you, there is nothing higher than that. You see, for me, even though I am conservative, the thing that is higher than conservative or right-wing politics to me is God and Jesus Christ. So therefore, politics cannot be my faith or my religion because God is my God. My religion is Christianity. But you, on the left, the highest thing that you hold to is your politics. There is nothing more important, nothing more pure and sacred than the progressive left-wing politics. That's your faith, that's your religion. And you are Puritans about that. Politics are real, gods are not. Can you prove that God isn't real? If that were the case, they would. Can you prove he is? Well, I'm not the one who made the definitive statement that he isn't real. You're the one that did that. And yes, I can prove it. The fact that you exist. The fact that everything around you exists. What is more likely? That everything came from nothing, or that everything was created by someone or something? The bigger likelihood is that there must be a God behind all of it. Because saying that it came from nothing, you can provide no other instance ever in the history of ever where nothing has spontaneously created everything, or even something. If we took a vacuum right now, filled with nothing, and we gave it an infinite amount of time, nothing would come out of that something, right? There would be nothing, because nothing, by its very definition, is nothing. There's nothing there. Your fundamental belief is that nothing, in other words, nothing, created everything. this is far less likely than a God creating the universe, and man created in his image has the ability to think about the universe that he created. That is evidence for a God. Can you provide proof that God isn't real? Because you seem to, you made an absolute truth statement. Painter, let me help you. You made an absolute truth statement. You, sir, said, politics is real, gods are not. That's a truth statement. Truth statements require proof. You cannot make a truth statement without proof. So, can you prove that God isn't real? No, you can't ask me to define real. You said. I'm assuming you must have a definition for it. Because you very passionately, absolutely, without fault or fail, said there is no gods. They don't exist. They're not real. Unlike my politics, that is absolutely real, but gods are not. So now the onus is on you to provide the evidence for your truth claim. I want to ask you this. If you believe that there is no God, Painter, do you then believe also that your mind is the result of random processes that just happened to create a mind, and that your mind was not created for the sole purpose of finding reason or logic within the universe? Is that what you believe? You cannot touch politics and you cannot see politics. What are you talking about? You can see the effects of politics, but you cannot see politics. Politics is not a fungible, tangible thing. It's an idea. You cannot touch it, nor can you see it. You can see its effects. But so you, by your own definition, politics isn't real. No, that's your definition. You literally said, okay, so my definition is that real is something that you can see and touch. You can do both with politics. I just told you, you cannot touch politics. You cannot see politics. You can see its effects, but show me politics then, bro. Draw me a picture of politics, please. You draw me a picture. Show me how you touch politics. Like touch left-wing politics. Voting is political. That's an effect of politics. That's not politics itself. That's just one aspect of it. But you, for example, have certain politics where voting isn't allowed, like dictatorships. So voting is not required for politics to exist. Therefore, voting is simply an effect of politics. No. You're the one who don't even know where the goalposts are, mate. Like, you're the one speaking out of your ass. Politics is an idea. By definition, ideas cannot be touched or felt. They exist. They're ideas. They exist only in your mind. I'm a rich bitch now. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Holy shit. Wait, what? Dude, did someone just gift 100 subs? That is insane. An anonymous gifter. Please tell me who that was. Please tell me who that was, because that is absolutely crazy. That is crazy. I tell you. Yeah, that is 100 subs. That's insane. I really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat for whoever that was? Because the 100 subs is insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, absolute mad lad, true. Just like that, I'm a subscriber. Dude, who was that? 30 people on, 100 gifted subs. That's a middle finger to the YouTubers. But that is absolutely insane. That is a... Wow. That is an 11 on the Skamar strain. Just one. Just one. An 11 on the Skamar strain. Must have liked your side of the argument. But I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are very, very kind. Now, Akko, how do you know the subs are actually real? Well, they came through, right? I believe you can, you can obviously refund them if that's what you want to do. But, for now, they are real. For now, they're real. But how do you do... so Roadblock, remember I have followers, right? Drayden, how you doing? I do have followers. And so it just goes to followers. The 30 people in chat will get some, although I don't know how many people are in chat, but someone said 30, so we'll go with that. The 30 people in chat will get some, and then 70 goes to random viewers who... I've seen gifted subs where there's like, say, 30 or 40 people in chat, but then only 10 people in chat actually gets a sub, and the rest go to followers that aren't even watching.
Have arrived.
So Twitch sort of makes its rules, I guess, as it sees fit. I don't know why. Oh, crap. This is actually a record for the channel. I want to say super thanks to whoever it was that gifted 100 subs. This is a record in terms of... This is the highest Skamar strain we've ever hit. We've never had a level 11. Offline, come on the next day, and I'll have a gifted sub. Arbitrarily deciding rules. I never heard that one before. One could argue that both politics and God is made up, created by humans, and therefore both unreal real. Grumpy, so my argument is the most intellectual position that someone can have is that they don't know. Like, intellectually honestly, that's the most honest position you can hold, is I don't know. Right? Now, where I can know is I have felt God. Remember, I come from atheism. I used to be an atheist. And not just any atheist. I used to be militantly atheist. I hated Christianity with a passion. Right? And looking at the evidence, following the actual evidence for God, I was eventually convinced that God must be real. And then I felt God. I experience God. I experience him every single day of my life in ways that I cannot explain, because to you, that's not evidence. It's personal, right? It's something that has happened to me. So I will never bring it up in a debate. I will never in a debate be like, well, God did this, this, and this for me. Because it's personal. It's not evidence for you. It's evidence for me. And it's proof for me of God's existence. But I cannot use it to sway you in a debate. If your argument, right, is that God isn't real, you have to prove it. You have to prove it. Because if you cannot prove it, then you're making silly arguments without any foundation in fact. Therefore, the most intellectually honest position is to say, I don't know. I don't know if there's a God. Maybe there is a God, maybe there isn't. I genuinely don't know. That's the only way you can be intellectually honest. Any other position is a position where you have literally just decided to ignore everything and all of the facts. No, you can prove negatives. What do you mean you can't prove negatives? Of course you can. You can prove negatives all the time. In fact, mathematicians prove negatives all the time. If you told me there is no car outside my house, I am absolutely well within my right to go prove it. And then you have to go show me that there is no car outside my house. The most stupid atheistic argument is, you can't ask me to prove that there is nothing. Of course I can. Like, of course I can. If I tell you there is no sun, that's a negative, right? I just made a negative argument. There is no sun. Are you then, in other words, stupid to ask me, well, prove that there's no sun? No, you can absolutely go, well, prove it, bro. If there is no sun, prove that there is no sun. And then we could walk outside and I could go, see, no sun, right? Or, see, shit, sun. Now we're not seeing anymore. We looked into the sun, right? But of course you can ask someone to prove a negative. This is the most BS atheist argument ever. It just shows you how bad atheist arguments are. Like, atheists just have no ability to think. They speak out of the mouth of their prophets, right? Because their prophets don't want to deal with these arguments. Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris doesn't want to deal with arguments like, well, proof that God isn't real. And so they come up with this nonsense of, well, you can't ask me to prove a negative. Of course you can. If you made an argument, right, an absolute argument that said there is no God, you damn well can be asked to prove that. Like, there's no, why can you not prove that? Why are you allowed to make the argument, but then say, well, you can't ask me to prove that argument? Well, then you shouldn't have made the argument, you numbnuts. Only a rule that you cannot prove a negative? No, because it's so first and foremost, the concept of asking someone not to prove a negative is just objectively flawed. Because in the same way, right, he just made the argument there is no God. Now I say to him, prove that there is no God. And he goes, you cannot ask me to prove a negative. Okay, and you think, wow, that sounds reasonable. But let's say Penta made the argument, there is no cars on the roads ever. Cars aren't real. Let's say Pentagear made the argument, cars aren't real. Would you say that I cannot ask Pentagear to prove that cars aren't real? No, but Mason, hold up. There's a difference here. There's a big difference here. Right? I can provide evidence for God's existence, but I'm not the one who made the absolute claim that God isn't real. You're the one who did it. So therefore, you are the one that have to prove it. Right? I believe the evidence shows that God is real. And the evidence is all around you. I would go one step further and say that if atheism is real, there's no way for you to know that atheism is real. Let me explain to you why. If you're an atheist, in other words, you're a materialist, so you believe that the universe came together at random chance, then you also believe, as the materialists do, that your brain is the result of completely random processes that were not designed nor directed in any given way to optimize for fact-finding, logic, or rationality, and that your brain was merely the random chance of evolution. You have to believe that. Because if you believe for even a moment that your mind is the result of a direct approach to allow for truth to be found within the universe, then evolution becomes seriously difficult to believe in. Because now something must have directed this evolution. Something must have pushed this evolution in that direction to make your brain learn how to think about truth. So you have to think, no. It's completely random. But that then means that you cannot believe anything you believe. Because your brain never evolved to find truth. It just randomly is. So whatever you believe might not be true. Because your brain didn't evolve to be true. This is the classic conundrum of atheism. It's the greatest conundrum of atheism. If atheism is true, you cannot know that it is true because the argument in and of itself defeats itself. And then you have to come up with all sorts of new ways of thinking about how evolution is actually directed, but it's not by a mind, it's by something else, which is what they do. There is actually people who believe in directed evolution as a way to create. I also believe in evolution. I just happen to believe that it's God that directs it. The arguments are circular. Religion is real because religion says it's real. Come on, man. Pentagear, when did I make that argument? I didn't once make that argument. You made that argument just now. I didn't make that argument. It's you that have yet to prove God isn't real. I'll just remind you of that. I'll just remind you of that. We're still waiting. It's been about half an hour now since you've made the stupidest proclamation of your life, and you are yet to provide a shred of evidence for it. You're just continuously deflecting like a little snake. I literally didn't, Pentagear. I legitimately didn't. But I suspect the real problem here is that you don't want to believe. And you don't want to face the fact that you have no good reason why you don't believe. I suspect the only reason you have is that you like living your life in the way that you do, and you like being a slave to your sin, which is fine. You're more than welcome to do so. But you are definitely not intelligent in your unbelief. I want you to understand that. Throughout this entire conversation, you have displayed nothing that even resembles intelligence. And I'm definitely sure you're not even approaching rationality. You need to understand this. It's super important that you do. The onus of proving anything is on them first. No, Mason. The onus of... I'll run this by you one more time. What is more plausible? Yeah, let's just go on plausibility here. What is more plausible? That everything in this universe came out of existence from nothing. Just spontaneously erupted into everything. Or that a God created it. We look at the universe, and even Richard Dawkins admits the universe looks fine-tuned. Because every single law is perfect within its application. Every single law. Right? So purely based on the actual scientific theory of inference. Now, for those of you that might not understand, inference theory is actually used to look at something like the Big Bang. We can't observe the Big Bang. We don't know if the Big Bang actually happened, but we can infer from available data that it looks like there may have been a point at which everything exploded. It's called inference theory. You can look it up. If we work on inference theory, we have a universe that looks designed. Even Richard Dawkins, the famous atheist prophet, admits it looks fine-tuned. It looks designed. We have a universe where every single thing has purpose and reason and logic built into it. We have a universe that houses a species that is obsessed with the reason and purpose and understanding of the universe. So based on inference, so we're making inferences. These are all the established markers that we have for this universe. Now we infer from these markers and we say, no God out of nothing, or yes God out of everything. And inferring from that, the most logical perspective is that there must be a mind behind it all. Another one that I sort of love is a lot of mathematicians are Christians. Most people don't know this, but the highest number of Christian scientists are found in mathematics. And one of the reasons why mathematicians, or a lot of them, are Christian is actually the fact that mathematics is not invented, but discovered. We don't invent mathematics, we discover it. The equations are out there in the universe. The problem is that the equations exist out in the universe, whether they are observed or not. They exist. They operate every single day, whether we observe them or not. And since the only way for us to observe mathematics is to understand it in year, it's the only way for us to understand it is to observe it with our own minds. The argument is that for it to exist without being observed by us, it must be observed by something else. So in other words, there is a mind that observes it therefore it exists. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist, right? That's one of the arguments that mathematicians and some of them Nobel Prize-winning mathematicians make for why they believe in Christianity. You don't have to be moved by it, but that is one of the arguments they make. The most logical perspective that any man can follow is that there is a God and that God created everything. Now, you again don't have to follow that, but that is the most logical. Because if you don't believe that, what you believe is effectively that nothing created everything, but it only ever did it once. Because we have never observed it happen again. So you believe that there was a miracle at the start of the galaxy. An event that only ever happens once and will never ever happen again, can never be observed again, can never be replicated again. But that one event, that one singular event created everything. Out of nothing. If you say it's the Big Bang, you've just moved the problem one step further. Because before the Big Bang, there must have been a singularity point. The singularity point with all the mass in the universe sort of housed in a space that would be really, really small. What created this space? So then they have to come up with all sorts of new theories. So you have the theory that, what's his name? Oh, he's like one of the most cited scientific atheists sort of ever. He was one of the Four Horsemen, Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss's theory of actually nothing isn't nothing in the way that you think of nothing. Nothing is actually everything. So basically, we're just changing the definition of nothing to something, but that just moves the theory a little bit further. So there's still the theory of where does this actually come from, which we don't answer, but we sort of pretend that nothing is actually something. Or you can go with Roger Penrose's theory that suggests that there's a phantom realm from which the laws of nature is governed, and this phantom realm is what creates all of these laws that sort of create the universe. Or you can go with the multiverse theory. The multiverse theory that there is some engine or machine at the center of the multiverse that just spits out these galaxies at random. This creates another problem. Where did this machine even come from? Because clearly this machine seems to have purpose. Who gave this machine its purpose? Why does this machine have its purpose? What would be the purpose of such a machine to even exist in the first place? So all you're doing is you're just moving it a little bit further along, saying, well, we don't know, but now we don't have to answer it because it's the multiverse and we don't possibly know what goes on in there, right? So that's literally all you're doing. You're just moving it to the point where when you can go, I don't have to answer that because we can't see there. You still haven't answered the basic fundamental question, why does this universe look like it was created? That's the fundamental question. When I look at the universe, it looks like it was created. Why is that? Listening and typing can be odd. KB3, that's perfectly fine. The machine is a big PC and we're in a video game. Well, that would be one explanation. Akko, do you think Greek, Egyptian, and Norse gods are made up, or are they demons, fallen angels who presented themselves as gods in the ancient past? No, I think almost all gods were demons. The Bible speaks of this, right? It talks about the demons that were let loose on the earth. And if you look at these gods, almost all of them operate within a space of twisting the nature of God in one way or another, right? So yeah, I would say they're probably most likely demons and devils. Because Lucifer did not fall alone. Right? We're told that Lucifer took almost a third of heaven with him. So that would mean millions of angels fell with Lucifer during the rebellion. So yeah, I'm perfectly okay with that happening. These other religions you're talking about predate Christianity. No, they don't. I can read the Old Testament as far back as Genesis, and I find references of Jesus literally speaking in Genesis. They don't predate them. The answer, Akko, these are interesting, fun topics. Sapphire, I find them interesting as well. Early Christians actually didn't believe the pagan gods existed. It was only made up later by the church as propaganda against the remaining pagans. Oh, Jesus was in Genesis. Yeah, of course he was. I think you should go read Genesis, my bro. Well, before you do, read the New Testament. And then go read Genesis. Jesus there. He speaks. He's actually there. Yeah, he is, actually. He's even there with the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. He's the one who does it. So, he's the one that speaks to Moses in the burning bush. That's also Jesus. In fact, Jesus says it in the New Testament. When they ask him who he is, and he says, I am. That's exactly what he said in the burning bush. I am. David makes it clear that there is multiple lords. Because David says, and the Lord said to my Lord. Why would he say that? And the Lord said to my Lord. David is the king. There's no one that David would refer to as Lord. He is the king. People would refer to him as Lord, but he would not refer to anyone else as Lord. So David says, and the Lord said to my Lord. David confirms that Jesus is there. No, the references to Jesus is everywhere in the Old Testament. You just need to know where to look for him. I wouldn't expect an atheist to understand it, but they are there. You just need to look for them. Powers and principalities is what I understand them under. In a perfect world, this would be amazing lore for a video game. Titanborn, I think a video game based on Revelations would be insane. Or like a movie based on proper Revelations would be nuts. Absolutely insanity. Like Revelations is just really good. It's like a really good book. Very confusing, but I must admit the Bible itself is super, super difficult. I think the Bible is one of the hardest books anyone can read, which is why I am now on my second read through of the New Testament. And I am discovering things now in almost every passage. Well, actually in every passage that I read, I make discoveries where I just go, whoa. What? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I think the Bible is a phenomenal book. I like the animated Moses movie, The Prince of Egypt. I don't know if I've seen that. I will say I'm a fan of House of David. House of David has been a fairly decent movie series. It's not exactly biblical. There are a couple of things that sort of isn't biblical and is maybe taking a little bit, but I would say mostly it's a pretty decent show. I'm not a fan of The Chosen. I would say The Chosen is not a good The Chosen is not a good show at all. I think it gets most things very wrong. Constantine was cool, but Constantine obviously isn't biblical. It's just demon hunting, but it's not really biblical. But Constantine is, it's a very good film. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, well, apocryphal is not biblical, obviously. I think the Apocrypha oftentimes do make for wonderful stories, and they're helpful to understand the time. I think Christians should read the Apocrypha to understand the time of writing and understand what was being written and how it was being written and why they would have written in the way that they did. Because I find that's one of the things most atheists struggle with. Is not just atheists, even Christians do this, actually. I should be honest. Even Christians do this. People forget that the Bible was written for us, but it was not written to us. But people forget that. people read the Bible and they sort of judge the Bible with modern eyes and with modern understandings, not realizing that what they're writing they're not writing it to you. They're writing it to people who lived during their time. So the things that they're explaining would have made sense to the people of the time in a very different way than what it would sound to you, unless you understand how they would think about stuff. Sophia, what do you mean? The Quran is apocryphal. If you look at it, Masi, I mean, the Quran is, I would say, the Quran is a joke. If I'm very honest with you, I think a lot of Muslims, well, first and foremost, there's a lot of Muslims who don't read. There's a lot of Muslims who don't read the Quran. They just sort of go to prayer. But I would argue, if you read the Quran, it becomes super clear. It becomes clear that the guy who wrote the Quran sort of started out with certain good ideas, and then every single time he'd be challenged on one of these ideas, he would sort of adopt the ideas to make it easier for himself to do certain things. Like, you can actually see the progression in how he's trying to change things around. I know who Lilith is, but I would also say, if the Sophia that you're talking about, Pentagir, is in the same vein as Lilith, what you're talking about here isn't biblical history. It's almost biblical lore. Yeah, that would not be in the Bible, right? You wouldn't find Sophia in the Bible. Yeah, actually, Sophia might be Gnostic. I don't know a lot about Gnosticism, but it sounds like it would be Gnosticism, because the Gnostics did try to square God with sort of their own beliefs. Have you watched John Lennox talk and debate people about... John Lennox is probably one of my favorite people. Oh, Pentagir, of course it was. So then, if that's the case, why didn't they write out the bit where... why didn't they write out the bit where it's the women that find Jesus in the tomb? If they're sort of just writing stuff out because they don't want women to have that level of power, why is it the women that find Jesus' tomb empty? Why is it that there are actual female prophets in the Bible? They're talking about all of those people, but not in... That was the job of women. No, it wouldn't have been Pentagir. Wait, no, don't be dishonest, sir. At the time of the writing of the New Testament, when this story would have been written, the testimony of a woman would have been worth nothing. So if they were actually writing it for a Jewish audience, the last thing they would want to do is say that it was women who found his tomb empty, because all of the Jews would have heard this and gone, well, of course, a woman would say such bullshit. No, thank you. We're not going to believe that. If indeed they were adapting and adopting the Bible in order to, patriarchy and all that shit, why keep that in there? Because it would have literally just made it harder for them to sell the story to the Jews. Yet they keep that in, but they remove Sophia, the mother, from the whole perspective. I mean, the entire thing is so laughable because it completely fails to understand the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Like, it completely misunderstands the entire concept of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It also misunderstands why God is the Father, because the Father is meant to be the servant of the household. The Father is the one that gives his life in order to create life and to protect life, which is literally what Jesus does. because Jesus and the Father is one. So God becomes man so that he can give his life in order to save the creation of his life, right? So you're just misunderstanding what Father means. Father has nothing to do with the patriarchy. It has nothing to do with the establishment of the patriarchy. It has to do with what a father's role is. That's why it's called father. Not because of patriarchy, but again, Malcolm, how you doing, bro? It's what is super cool is you can say, well, it's been written out because of the patriarchy, and there's no way to prove that it wasn't, right? It's the legitimate sort of, it's the quintessential conspiracy theory. Sophia was the mother, you know. No, she wasn't. Why isn't it written in the Bible? Why it was written out, actually? Oh, shit. How do I falsify this information? Oh, you can't. But that's what I believe because patriarchy and shit. All right, yeah, bro. Let's do that. Let's continue with this. Anyways, boys, this was fun. I enjoyed myself. I will be back tomorrow with another stream. I'm gonna go grab some food now because it's already very late. And I haven't eaten yet. So I will be doing that. Yeah, Lilith is also not in the Bible. I guess also written out because of the patriarchy and whatnot. But you know, it is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for hanging out and for spending your time with me. I hope you had fun. I know I had a lot of fun entertaining at least some of you. Actually, I had fun with everyone, even though some people, Pentagear, you have to go think about your positions, my bro. You have to go think about these positions. You are betraying your intelligence severely, my good sir. Severely. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as always, be good to each other, be kind to each other, and I shall see all of you in the next one. Peace.